Why? I don't agree. It's one. Yeah, I think so. Go ahead, Shadow. We're recording.
All right, folks. Good evening, everyone. We'll officially call this board meeting to order. It is 6:03. This is 6:03 on Tuesday, February 25th. Your roll call, starting with. I'm going to read your
Aiden Halleck, Senior Student Representative.
District 1. Dr. Consequences, Superintendent.
Dave Larson, District 5.
Welcome to all of our guests joining in person and online. We're pleased that you are here this evening. So we'll start our meeting as always with reading our NIB and paper acknowledgements. So for that.
Being a typical school district acknowledge that the land where we teach, collaborate, learn. Public school district, we have a responsibility for stewardship. We strive to work alongside the launch and ownership in living and working. We further acknowledge the burden of the environmental exploitation and justice. We remember that Black and brown people were born and died for peace. Also acknowledge the continued contribution of labor of survivors of all immigrant labor in voluntary farm. Great leadership against
Now I'd like to invite those who would like to stand this week. Now, the reading of our school board values.
The school board value and group agreements. Transparency, to be honest, speaker communicate with what you're doing, courage, speak frankly about the approach. So people to understand. Embrace the brainstorm, use tough conversations, mistakes, righteousness. Let's pursue first. Curiosity. Ask questions for understanding. Respect, considering it. Now, let's respect and each other. Listen, see the whole person. That each of us in that. That's what we do in that.
All right, so if I could get a motion to approve tonight's agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so now move to our public comment portion of the agenda. I know that's why many of you are here. Also got lots of written comments, which we are going to see reading. Because we have so many, we're going to stipulate here to our 2-minute time frame for the public comments. So we're going to start with if we kind of go back and forth between an in-person one and a written one, that way we can have great for people just having to help us out. So we'll start with the in-person, and first up is Vanessa.
Vanessa Technical Pool Metropolitan Park District. So the Tukwila Pool Metropolitan Park District has been working closely with the Tukwila School District for the past year and a half to secure the pool's on-time home. This effort supports the pool's planned renovation and expansion project, which will update failing infrastructure, expand programming opportunities for Tukwila scholars and students. Following the school district's recommended timeline, including their suggestion last spring to pursue purchasing the land, Tukwila Pool NPD submitted a fair market value purchase and sale agreement on October the 24th, 2025, and remains respectful of the district's required land sale process. Because of the scale of the pool project and the 50-year life expectancy of the new facility, the Tukwila Pool NPD must own land rather than lease it. A lease is not feasible for several reasons. One, under a lease, the school district must retain the right to recapture the land at any time, making it not feasible for the Tukwila Pool to invest $25 to $35 million of taxpayer funds in a facility that could be removed. For historical context, the right to recapture legislation was not in effect when King County executed the original in 1970. Two, Washington State LOCAL loan program is part of the Tukwila Pool's funding plan. This program is intended for publicly owned capital projects, making land ownership the appropriate time for this. And three major funders, such as King County and potential applications to the Recreation Conservation Office, RCO, require long-term, 30+ years, land use covenants, ensuring the property remains dedicated to parks for the duration, making land ownership essential. In February 2025, the school district provided a strong letter of support for the Tukwila Pool's FPV grant application for the King County Parks. And in September 2025, the Tukwila Pool NPD was awarded the maximum amount, $5 million, from the King County Athletic Facilities Program. And it is important that King County grant contract be executed by the end of the year. So if the purchase agreement with the school district is not reached, the project will need to move forward at an alternate location. The pool has been on the site for more than 50 years. It is the public's preferred location, and it remains the most accessible and school-centered site. The facility is over 50 years old, and with a $5 million grant award, redevelopment must move forward regardless of location. There are no available parcels in the immediate area with the acreage needed to support this project. Nearly 3 years of planning have included feasibility studies, extensive public outreach, a comprehensive plan, and a state auditor's office financial audit to secure a bond rate. Design phase is expected to begin in early 2026, with construction in 2027. Our intent is to continue working collaboratively with the school district regarding purchasing the pool's long-standing site, which remains the best location to support Tukwila scholars and their families for generations to come, while delivering long-term public benefits. I just wanted to do a quick community highlight. This year, the Foster Boys team roster grew to 28 swimmers, up from just 8 last year. This growth reflects both the success of the school's programs and the positive impact of having a local pool for Tukwila scholars and families. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and read two of the written comments that we received. Hello, I just moved back to Tukwila. I was raised here, my parents were raised here, and now I get to raise my daughters. It's awesome. The first thing I did when I got back to town was sign my daughter up for swim lessons, literally the same week year left. It's been so cool driving 5 minutes to the pool and then watching her take lessons and stay full. It's crazy. I heard you guys have been considering moving the pool, and I wanted to let you know I'm an advocate of the Tukwila Pool State Information Consultant. Thanks for reading this. Next, dear Tukwila School Board, I hope you're doing well. I'm ready to share my support for keeping the Tukwila Pool at its current site as the district considers options for district-owned property. The Tukwila Pool has been a meaningful part of this community for more than 50 years. It is a place where students, families, and neighbors come together to learn, stay healthy, and support one another. Many of us grew up using this pool, and today it continues to give children and families a safe and welcoming environment, develop water safety skills, build confidence, and find a sense of belonging. Its central location near our schools makes it especially important. since it allows students to take part in swim lessons, PE classes, team practices, and central programs they may not have access to elsewhere. The Tukwila Pool Metropolitan Park District has already taken steps to invest in a strong future for the facility through the King County Parks Levy Grant. Remaining at the current location would ensure that these improvements can happen without disrupting services or limiting access for the students and families who depend on the pool. Keeping the pool on site allows these plans to move forward in a way that honors its history, strengthens the programs that support our youth today, and builds a foundation for an even brighter and more accessible future for the entire community. Thank you for your time, your service, and your thoughtful consideration of this decision. I hope this will continue to serve as a gathering place, trust, and resource for the community for many years to come. Many thanks. Okay, next we'll go back to an in-person, so Scott.
I'm just a patron of the pool, and I have been for quite a long time. 1973, before the pool was actually opened. I am a parent of a group of people that wanted to start a swim team. We met with the Boston Pool, Tukwila Pool manager and secured an hour and a half of full-time, 5 nights a week, which was the beginning of a club called Husky Swim Club. We got an hour and a half Monday through Friday, and I coached there for 17 years. Couple other things, just aquatics is in my blood, as a lot of people here. I was a manager of a Highland School District emergency swimming program for 4th graders. It was just outstanding program, and the benefits were just unbelievably and beneficial. My brother Chris coached High School and boys and girls at Tukwila Pool. I coached Highline at Evergreen. It makes me really happy to hear that the Boston boys and girls are back, and the numbers for the boys are outstanding. The leadership team at Tukwila Pool, I wanted to just highlight that Brad Hart, Matthew Sunderman, and Anastasia Shapiro do a marvelous job. The community outreach they do, the programs they put on, they're really quite a gold standard from all the teams that really are in place putting together programs in communities. And I can't say enough about their programs, their outreach, and things that they do. They put together, they recruit, train staff. We were in a bunch of other people here today. We were all in the water about 5:45 this morning. The staff is well trained, and they're there for our safety, and it's obvious. I just think that I would encourage the conversation between the parks and the school district or the council to come to an outcome that retains the pool, number one, and if it sell it to the
So I just want to ask for everyone's willingness for you to hear that tackle off. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, first for this one is please keep Tukwila Pool as school district plan. Just please administer public. Keep staff visible and share parking with the school. Don't fall victim to short-term financial behaviors. Use of practice. The courtesy conditional school hours all the way. They start facilities, children, families, and neighborhood on the highest slopes. Keep short sighted. This one does not say, oh, the, I'm writing to you about the upcoming November 5th vote. So, advertised for school, central papers, harmless for people who love super. Love the area close to Washington School, girls in school have been using it to learn to swim. Temple Pool has been vital by lesson, recreation, it is an irreplaceable resource that strengthens community connections, supports well-being.
We have Larry Shipman.
So my name is Aaron Chipman, and some of you may know I'm a commissioner on the School of the Park District, but I'm here tonight not so much as a representative, but as a community member and a parent of a Foster High School student who is on the swim team for the girls. Through the For Us campaign in the late 60s, we've had to build 17 public pools. Of these 17 pools, the majority of them were placed on or near children's schools. This was no accident. It was thoughtful design to maximize its impact on the community. The pool is one of those pools strategically placed to serve the surrounding neighborhoods and schools. I myself went to a school, Wicklow High School with a pool on campus, and I'm here to speak about the lasting impact it had on my life. Starting in middle school, as it was also just true, I had to take lessons as part of my class. Later in high school, I was able to take both beginner and advanced classes. I also joined swim team, swim instructor, and served as a lifeguard. All experiences that shaped my understanding of responsibilities in leadership and community. Working as a lifeguard taught me about life-saving skills and introducing me to career paths with paths and emergency response, things like being an EMT, firefighter, doctor. As a swim instructor, I was exposed to the rewarding field of teaching and coaching. Many of my friends and coworkers at the pool went on to become first responders, teachers, professions that have allowed them to make direct and positive impacts in people's lives. As we sit here tonight, considering the future of the property the pool sits on, I actually think that the impact of the pool if the pool moved away from the school campus. If that were to happen, I worry that the lasting effects of the community, the pool is no longer within walking distance for students, the accessibility of meetings it provides will severely diminish high school students who benefit from swim classes, swim team practices, etc. Or removing the pool would likely limit opportunities for students to get hands-on job experience. Having the pool right on campus gave me and many others chances to work, to do certifications, to gain reward experience that shaped our careers and choices for the future. And so for the future students of high school, high school and other schools in Aquila, that connection to the pool and the community is a stepping stone to career first responding health education more. The pool is not just a swimming, but like swimming, it's a place to learn and personally develop. Moving away from the school would not only make it less accessible for students, but it would also reduce its ability to serve as a career resource and gateway for real world skills. It would be a loss to our community, particularly at a time when we're talking more and more than ever about providing students with career pathways that are not solely focused on four-year college degrees. Tonight, the board has an important decision to make, not just about selling a piece of property, but about ensuring that those students continue to have access to facility that helps shape their futures. I urge you to consider the far-reaching impacts of keeping the pool where it is. I mentioned the school will continue to serve as a place of opportunity and education for students and a greater benefit. Sorry.
This is from Laura Chang, this is from Park. Dear Nicholas School District Board members, my name is Laura Chang. Trying to express strong support for the pool as current location. This pool has been an important part of my family's life for years. It's where my son first learned to swim, where he spent many days practicing with this. I viewed several laps swim passes myself, and I continue to appreciate how clean, well lit, warm, and welcoming the facility is. The lifeguards are exceptionally well trained. I always feel safe there, and the staff consistently opens the doors on time for every early morning swimmers. Just as important, the pool provides an accessible and affordable place for people of all ages to learn to swim. This is a life-saving skill, and having a reliable, convenient location for lessons truly protects lives. The patrol pool is also truly community anchored. Beyond swim lessons, they host STEM-focused cardboard boats, races, joyful Easter egg hunts, and Halloween pumpkin parties. Events that brings families together and creates lasting memories. Losing this specific site will remove a gathering place that's become part of this community's activity. I want to express my support for the Patrol Pool Metropolitan District's interest in purchasing the property should it become available. Their willingness to invest in the site reflects how vital it is for families to rely on how vital it is to the families who rely on. Thank you for your time and consideration. And the second one. Second one is from Lori McLaughlin. Says, please consider the Patrol Pool as current location and participate in water aerobics class weekly. I have developed relationships as well as good health at this community pool. Thank you for your time.
Next, person is David.
I won't be able to. I've spoke to you on several occasions about the pool throughout the years. But we're up against deadlines. Simply, the facility is 51 years old and doesn't serve the needs of what we want to try to do. That decision, you need to make a decision whether you want to let the pool continue to be where it was supposed to be all along, as decided back when the first was. But to do it financially, it has, for us, we have to own the property. The decision has been made to try to, purchase the property because that became available and live up to our parents' dream of having a pool adjacent to schools. But if not, the school district needs to know so that they can make other plans and go, because the facility is at its life. Simply that. So we have to make that decision. Thank you.
We do have one person.
Yeah, we'll get to them in just a second. I'll read a few more.
Poems.
No,
Okay, this is, Alon Thompson. Dear board members, I wish to express my deep concern about the potential of the pool. As a resident of the CTEC area for the past 6 years, I've seen firsthand how limited our community sports and recreation opportunities are to children. Families in our neighborhood often try to scale the beach to find dance programs. The airport nearby and any struggling businesses along the highway, one would expect that community leaders would prioritize making our neighborhood more inviting families. Accessible recreational facilities are a cornerstone of that effort. One of the few places offering affordable opportunities. My daughter began swim lessons at the pool and has since advanced to the swim team. Having this resource close to home has been invaluable. The safe families from long commutes provides affordable lessons, fosters a sense of community. Closing the pool would take away one of the two positive outcomes. Open. It is not just a swimming facility, vital community resources for families for something.
Our next in person is Miranda. Miranda.
Sorry.
My first. Oh, scary. Close. My name is Margaret Shaw. I'm here asking you as a student, a current PTO board member. I'm writing to formally address some serious violation of child's rights and under needs. My child has received other services since kindergarten. It's now in third grade. However, this grade has not been receiving its required services due to safety issues involving other students. As a direct result, my son has experienced academic regression, which is unacceptable because I'm on campus frequently for my PTO responsibilities. I have personally witnessed the behavior that has been cited as the reason for the interruption of service. I wanted to be very clear, my child's services cannot be fulfilled due to another student's behavior. Under IDEA, the district is legally to provide my students with FAPE, a free public education IEP, regardless of staffing, safety, scheduling, or behavior changes involved for students. At the time, my child was provided both safety and access to specialized instruction support that is requirements. I'm requesting clarification on the following. What actions is the district taking to ensure a safe environment for all students in LMC? What is the plan to ensure my students receive his required services? How will the school address academic needs progression that has occurred as a result of the interruption? What is the plan and next steps moving forward? As a parent, I am not happy with the current situation. I have clearly expectation that lesson services is in safe environment without further delays.
We did get the letters of this.
I would like to do so. Thank you so much. More information. All right, this one is from Claire Ribbon. Dear board, please keep the Tuckahoe Pool in its current location. It is well located for community access and a vital part of the community. I personally drive over current to surrender. Thanks. Next, this is just a note. This is where keeping the pool in the school location. It's been a wonderful benefit to our community. I hope it works out. Thanks for all your work. Just personal. Sure. Hello, I'm writing voice support and keeping the pool in its current location and voting against the sale of property on Fisher sites. I frequent the Tuckahoe Pool for lap swimming, particularly in rainy Seattle, where it's ideal to have this indoor exercise option. It holds a special place for me because it was one of the few exercise options available to me when I was pregnant to help keep myself healthy and blood pressure low, which is very important for pregnant. I also take our now father to swim lessons at this pool. He loves it. I've gotten to know others in the community through the pool more than any other community facility, and know we will all be heavily impacted if Tuckahoe Pool has to relocate or close altogether. We vote to keep the Tuckahoe Pool license. Thank you, Christine Loftus. Next up, for university, we have 4 sets. The district attorney also sent one, same thing, Eric.
So we wanted to, we'd like to just read.
Yeah. That's great, love that. Right.
Thanks so much.
Hello to the board. We have been told that the school district is voting tonight on whether or not to sell property where the Tuckahoe Pool currently stands. And if you do decide to sell it, we strongly believe that selling it to the Tuckahoe Pool MPP is without a doubt the best choice you can make for this community. And here's why.
So Tuckahoe Pool is an invested partner in the education of students in this school district. Countless kids have learned to swim in these sacred water over the past few years, our 3 boys included. Foster High School has offered classes and as a PE credit multiple times over the years. As you're aware, Foster High School has used the pool for girls swim team, most recently for the past 12 years, and for the past 3 or so years for the boys. and it's coached by district teachers. We actually enjoyed coaching the girls swim team for 7 years. And it was really great to watch many of the ladies grow from non-swimmers to complement competitors. Pool staff has worked hard over the past 2 years to create and build a very popular swimming club just for Tukwila kids, funded by grants, so that any kids can participate regardless of inclinations. This club will produce competitive swimmers who are ready for the swim team experience. Foster swim teams have become a pipeline for lifeguard certification training and invaluable first work experiences as swim instructors and lifeguards in the pool. About 75% of current lifeguards and swim instructors are also students alumni, not to say something it's many of them come from the swim team. It's super fun as their coach to see them working. Anastasia Shapiro is one of those people who swam school, and that's now obviously. Since you guys have very open.
Yeah, we're worried about the homeless. So in addition to being a partner with educating kids in the school district, the pool also provides health and recreational benefits for the whole community. And I won't take the time to read all the things that the pool provides. But I do want to point out that Open Swim and special events throughout the year provide screen-free fun, exercise, and positive shared experiences for families, and whole families come to turn out for club and high school swim meets, and everyone gets to enjoy good sportsmanship and competition. So it's a good community filter. Yeah, so we just urge you to consider selling the property to the Tukwila Pool MPD because it is a clear win-win situation. The benefit to the whole community and to the education of Tukwila's kids is priceless. And we'll put the whole comment in the meeting minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, so this one is support for the Taylor School District starting local district. As a community member, you guys have the full service example for file community health decades provide swim lessons, and here. Dear Tukwila School District Board of Directors, I'm writing regarding the implementation of exploring potential development. Community members, you guys, both will explore us, express response support, even for us. See what this matters. It's emergency. We support us. After originally being owned by King County, later the city of full exposure to council voters. Yeah. Since 2015, my family first has been the valuable resource team, especially love the library and the continuing someone so much. Having this facility close together creates the mission and safety and accessible these grants to develop and monitor the system. So, their long-term plan includes expanding access to product abilities to existing schools, access to basic safety, sustainability, and support. Staying at the current site is essential. Preserving decades of community trust and ways for this construction. Its central location offers critical access to community members as well as students foster high social and efficient. The pool supports swim lessons, swim practices, and competitions, water exercises, relaxation, safety programs for students, certification-based aquatic training team, and student employment opportunities. PE classes maintain the location which serves these essential programs, with which promote safety, health, equity, and food connection will be available and accessible to those who potential products.
Some challenges. Okay, next up for in-person is Sriman Surrey. This is too short. I didn't know we had a time limit. I didn't know we had a time limit. Okay. I am speaking as a teacher at DB, in support of the pool space. When I was little, I almost died in the rescue. So ever since then, I have had this fear for water. And being a teacher, I'm a second grade teacher, that's one of the things that I stress to my families for them to put the kids in the classroom. I have 2 boys of my own and they took class there, and it's nothing I have regretted. When we go anywhere with that, I not have that fear, and I feel so much joy seeing them swim and have so much fun. And I would ask them, tell your friends to come swim with us, and they would say, my friends don't know how to swim. And when he did try to take swim classes, he was put with the little kids. And so he left because he felt embarrassed. Now, knowing that there are classes that offered at Foster, I feel hopeful, and I'm going to keep encouraging my son's friends to take that opportunity. But I, as a second grade teacher, I would love to have the pool stay where it is because I feel like I can collaborate, make programming available so that the swim classes can be offered for free for our elementary school kids. I want to see that happen in our district. I've been here 11 years and I have not seen such things happen. And so going forward, if it is where it is, I would love to make that happen for our kids. One of the things I always stress to my boys is that if you know how to swim and you are going to Foster, you can apply to be a lifeguard, which is such a cool job to have. You can walk to school, from school to your job. You don't need a car. Because you can swim. Swimming is a superpower, and I want that for all the kids here. You're great. All right.
Christy Moon, hello, please keep the Pepperell Pool operations as is, that have lapsed over there for years. As a result, fully understand how the pool benefits people of all ages, socioeconomic status, abilities, and with a wide range of benefits. Also witnessed and experienced connections formed at the pool, part of the local community. It's not only a place for activities, but also a place for connection and social fulfillment. There aren't many similar places left anymore in the digital world, so keeping the pool operating as is vital to so many people in the community. Please keep the Pepperell Pool operating as is. Do not do so as short-sighted.
Yeah.
Attended Diane Myers, writing to encourage TSB yes to sell the pool property, which is pool currently sits on as a forward thrust pool and another forward thrust pools for attention to build next to schools, community, water safety, swim lessons, and exercise are only a portion of the activity offered by the school district, and it is important that it stay in this location.
We have one online.
I believe so, yes. Okay, Ms. Martinez, can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Awesome. So my name's Courtney Martinez. I'm speaking tonight as a parent of a student at Foster who's on the swim team, in the girls swim team, but then also as a PE teacher at Thorndike Elementary in support of the pool in maintaining its current location. So Foster is used to offer swim and lifeguard classes as PE credits, as multiple people have mentioned. I was really disheartened when I noticed a shift in 2 years when my youngest, who's now a sophomore, was entering her freshman year, that those options were no longer available. I know there's frequent discussions about preparing students for post-secondary success between adding college and the high school courses and more CTE offerings, but like lifeguard courses offer students a pathway to different types of emergency services, like EMTs, paramedics, first responder type careers. Swim classes, as has been mentioned, they build water safety skills, and then they help instill that pathway for lifelong health and wellness, which is a core tenet of physical education. Having the pool so close to the high school has lent to having these classes and being able to offer them and having the space to offer that, not only providing a vital benefit to the greater community. So additionally, Foster High School's girls swim team had the 200 relay team make it to the state finals this year. So having a pool so close helps to ensure that we have a swim team to continue to grow and push towards success. In the past 2 years, the team has gone from 4 or 6 girls all the way up to about 15 girls this season. Many of those girls are freshmen and sophomores, and 4 of those that were on that 200 relay team made it to state. They were about a minute away from first place, and teams that took first, second, and third, well, they all have pools on their school property or within a very short walking distance. So again, it just speaks to like the sports and the athleticism and then the sportsmanship that young girls and boys get out of being on a swim team. Additionally, as a PE teacher, I partner with the Tukwila Pool to offer water safety dry instruction in my classes. They come in and for the past 5 years, even through COVID, have taught 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders all about the importance of water safety, including units, a unit on throw, don't go, including life jacket safety and boating safety and hands only CPR. Again, this partnership has really helped to ensure that our students leave for the summer with some basic skills in order to keep themselves safe if they don't know how to swim. Additionally, they also do offer income-based opportunities for free swim classes. So I know that when the instructors leave my classes, I have applications in hand ready for all of our students so that they can start their summer off learning those basic swim skills at the Tukwila Pool. Again, a lot of our families, it creates access and that builds in equity in keeping the pool where it's at in its current location. I thank you all very much for your time and attention to this matter today.
That is more written public comments for you. Just want to make sure that you've got a chance to learn to sign up for some public comment or giving us online.
This is from Article 2. This meeting, Tukwila School Board members, Randall Lamb, Tukwila, 34 occupies. Man, 30+ year resident. I support both schools and both people. I voted yes in every Tukwila school levy after 30+ years. I voted every Tukwila school for in that time. I voted for Chipola to assume the ownership of the pool and campus divesting of pools. I voted for the TP when the city was considering the program. I mention all this to say that I'm extremely interested in what happens with regard to the school assets and pool. I heard you will soon vote on exploring potential sales of district property, which upon which the school currently leases. I urge you not to sell the property. Selling the property is not the best interest of either the school district, the school district, the school community, aka the voters. The pool is an integral part of children learning to swim. It's critical to the safety of students of the school. Additionally, the local pool encourages helpful activities for students, for adults and families, which make our community stronger. Any action that could potentially cause closure or moving the pool is to be avoided. The pool is currently poised to update and improve services to our community. Any action that jeopardizes those plans would be health and safety setback to major questions. Perhaps a non-recoverable setback. Selling the property will open up the stage for possibility of land being sold to the developer, the interest of the Foster High Schools, the Walter Middle School. The developer's sole interest in maximizing the money value of the property with no regard to the schools. The school district will leave control of the property for the location is critical to the safety of students and close to the school. Losing control of the property will be much greater loss than gain realized by selling. Property must be sold in the short side of interest of short-term financial gain to the district. And I will encourage TPHC being the only potential buyer to be considered. Please do not sell the property. Please continue to use the land for you're dependent upon you to do the right thing. Thank you for your attention and research.
So who am I making sure I am a resident of Stonewall? We've been at big place for years. Both of our kids are taking swim lessons from here, along with their many friends. I self-swim early in the morning before work. This place is very important for my family and its community. Staffs are really nice. My kids know most of the swim instructors here. I really appreciate their hard work to help make it swim. Please keep Tequila's moving forward. Thanks.
Hello, I'm writing voice my support. For this application. It's been a great resource for me and my family and my daughters. The current location at 4414 South 44th Street is not accidental. It is a masterpiece of practical community central planning that has served us well for decades. This location ensures maximum accessibility for the majority of rural families. Situated near major residential areas, schools, and central transit lines, it minimizes travel time and costs, making it feasible for working parents, students, and seniors to regularly utilize this vital resource. Moving a pool even a short distance introduces barriers, such as financial and temporal, that will inevitably lead to a decline in patronage, especially among our most vulnerable populations. We urge the board to respect the history, accessibility, and financial prudence to maintain the Tukwila pool in its current location, current optimal location. Keep the heart of Tukwila pumping right where it wants. The additional public comments. Okay. I want to thank you all for showing up, for writing in. I really appreciate your thoughts. And it's clear that it has been from the beginning of our conversation. The pool is everyone sitting here knows that. All right, so we're going to move to the report section of the agenda. And I want to also acknowledge that we got a lot of meetings to go before we get to our action. And there's some pretty hefty reports in here, so it might be a long time. I encourage you to stay. It'll be very interesting. But also, if you don't want to, that is totally fine. Feel free to jump online so you can hear that action questions later on. And either way, you'll certainly hear about whatever actions. But you are welcome to leave or stay as we move into the report section of our agenda, beginning with our student representative reports. Two in just a second. Anyway. Since the last board meeting. And the last meeting. So we have started that our next meeting. Members will help us cover the discussion comments for the rest of the year. I was also able to attend the previous month's meeting for current board members, where I was able to meet with all of them. I attended conferences that were about student voice, advocating inside classrooms, frequently student engagement, and CTE and art education on the safety. I also attended as a representative to the Maryland University, where I learned about ways to inform all of the students for student attendance. I also just want to add that this is my first year on the girls' and second year of I appreciate everyone sharing their comments and see that people clearly speak up. I do hope there is music to support.
Feeling a lot of things. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who came. I mean, this was one of the most people I've seen. I think since I was, I think that goes to show how it goes. And, you know, sitting here, I remember why I came. It's because my home, the theater, was not getting it. And seeing this pool, it is a home for so many of our students. It's a home for our swim team. It's a home for students that like to relax after a long day of school. It's a home for people that like to get exercise right next to it. It's a home for the elderly in our community. It's the home, and like someone said, it is one of the leading parts. And I highly urge the board to do whatever they believe is necessary to maintain that aspect of the scholars, of the city, all of the communities that make up our communities. Don't take it. And other things, I like to be off the cuff. Brianna, very next statement. I wish I was here, but long day at school, couldn't bring it with me. So, winging it. But since the last board meeting, I also attended the WASDA conference. So informative. So much information that I will probably not have a full report about everything I learned until the next board meeting, where I can truly show you all the things I took from that. But just in brief, me and Brianna attended pretty much every session that was available for student in district decision. And man, so many opportunities that we would never even have thought if we didn't go there, because we weren't viewing it the way that they were viewing, that these different schools around the state of Washington view student voice. And next board meeting, I'll come here for like a little talk, my little presentation. I'll be one of the questions. be presentations. It's been fun. I never did this. And at the very end, we attended one of the sessions about arts and CTE. Got a lot of ideas about how we can move theater forward and money for our theater. We have CTE money. Mr. Bala somehow pull that around. And in other things I've been doing, as my role as ASB treasurer, I've been doing pretty much a complete audit of all ASB finances and the ASB budget, and making all those papers and forms a little bit more accessible for all of our clubs and students in the ASB, and being more transparent about where the money is, as Dave always likes to question me on what's going on in ASB money. Shaking me down. Where's the money, Aiden? I don't know. But soon, Dave, you're gonna love it. You'll never have to ask me again where the money is. And theater, come to Hadestown, January 23rd, 24th, 25th at Foster High School Pack, at 7 on the 23rd and 24th, and at 2:30 on the 25th. It's gonna be the best show. And I'm not putting that. We have thrown some crazy shows in the past. I think we're gonna jump the show. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everybody, welcome to the school board meeting. There's a lot of people today. Thank you for voicing your feedback. I also want to wish everyone a restful weekend coming up and our staff. So last week they shared that we are newly spent the weekend with our newly elected board members, as well as our excellent our Boston conference, which is this Washington State School Directors Association. I won't go too much detail, but I think that everyone else will say a little bit there about I got to know everybody very well. I want to give a shout out to the Drama Club. You didn't say enough. So the Drama Club actually did a performance for our Tacoma School District Drama Club did a performance, a song from Hadestown, Why We Build the Wall. They were amazing. Many of the board members from other districts came up to me and said that they had tears in their eyes, they had chills when they sing. So I just want to say a big shout out because it's very touching. And a lot of people were just amazed by it. It's an issue to tell their comments there. Thank you very much.
I'm sure they'll appreciate that. Very
Yeah, no, it was, if people come up to it, they say they had chills. It was, that was so proud. It was such a great one. I also, and I know we're probably gonna add something here, but I just wanna make sure to state out loud here that the Tacoma School Directors Board achieved the status of the school board distinction for the state of Washington. They were honored for their focus on our operational side, the fiscal, the budgeting, being learners in the process, but also ensuring to prioritize the students. That was one of their values through the entire time. So I just want to publicly say thank you, President Hoover, Vice President Simpson, Director Proctor, Director Larson. Appreciate it. Adding that, I just want to say we've had amazing donations for our community from Operation Forum. They provided coats and other items to several elements for their families. That was just last week. Showalter and Foster held paradise for families with resources and items distributed. And just the generosity of our community is just like, it's mind blowing. I also want to make sure this is sometimes the unsung heroes in our district. We had National Substitute Day, and I want to thank all of the substitute educators in our district. As I my first year as a teacher, I was a substitute. I'm going to say it's one of the hardest jobs there is. And so to anyone who plays in that role in our schools, we just cannot do what we do without you, especially now with the weather changing and the illnesses. Thank you so much for coming to our schools and being part of the school. Also, it's National Parent Involvement Day. Just a reminder to our families, our schools would still love it if you volunteer. Sign up to volunteer in our schools. I know that they would love to have volunteers for bus duty, for lunch duty, for after school, their PTOs, and their parent advisory committees. Please, come talk to your principals for schools. I know that they would love to. Showalter had the Seahawks there for their 8th graders, the Seahawks special guests. They had cheerleaders, cheer staff, and then Ray Roberts was there to celebrate with the Showalter team. And then I also want to thank our health team here for everything they did, either a vaccination, for this on board. That's a lot of work. That's so many children to be done for this event. And then just everyone here, happy Thanksgiving. I know it's Thursday and Friday, and I just want to wish all of you a happy Thanksgiving. I think it's really important to rest, be with your family and friends, and as much as you can. And also remember that there's more this is time for them here. So reach out to those that are might be in need, and a reminder, mom and dads and parents, tomorrow's an early release. So just remember your kids are controlled a little bit early. And then we'll see you back on Monday with our reviews. So, I mean, thank you. I hope you guys have a great. All right, start with what was
So I'll keep it kind of short. So at the Boston conference and attended a lot of sessions to talk sprinkle in, discuss that later as subjects of meetings. But I just to kind of amplify a little bit on Dr. Pedrosa. So the foster drama team came in and was part of the presentation system. It was, as you mentioned, it was a pretty amazing situation. These students were coming into a room they didn't know, people they didn't know, and perform at the highest profession. The 4 students, Abe was there with call and response song in each town. Abe was playing 80s, and then there was Haley, Martin, Andrea, and Ashley for the chorus, and they, I'm not a singer, but they were in kind of perfect unison, and they were able to, in 5 minutes or something, got themselves picked up perfectly, and so it was really a pleasure to hear, which I have to give a shout out to Porter Stanley, who's a part off. That doesn't happen by accident. You pull that off, it's through high quality teaching and also practice and students. And I also attended our work around portrait of graduates. Describe some of the characteristics that we want to graduates to have, and this ties into that performance by our students, because some of the students and some of the graduate things we want them to be able to do is cultivate personal growth, communicate effectively, embrace differences, master skills, self-agency, and a lot of those things were exhibited and have been exhibited from a team working together, taking initiative, all those kinds of things, which are exactly the kind of things that we want our students to come out with. And so it's the portrait of graduate, we're working on coming up with a draft of it for some talking points, but also we talked a lot about finding what's currently going on in our system, which highlights some of these characteristics of the drama club. It's clearly one of them. We have robotics, we have athletics, lots of things going on at Foster High School throughout the district. These characteristics, and we want to make sure that we're supporting them and giving them a little boost. They talked about drama clubs probably
just in some ways, they're doing a great job, but more support is always welcome. It was interesting, the session that I gave was basically showing the achievement and opportunity gaps in the system in our state, which are kind of income based, and the job of people in this kind of table discussion came out was to figure out, okay, why is that and what can we do? There wasn't a whole lot of new information that came out, but it was interesting that why is it? Well, we have a society that is segregated by income, or our schools are segregated by income, and therefore the opportunities are segregated by income. And then the fixes were pretty much what we've been saying all along, and that is we need a much more student needs-based funding system. It's a long-term goal which we're grinding through slowly and slowly. So anyway, a really good session.
Just had the opportunity to attend just one evening of LASA, but after early, so we could see the drama perform. It go on about how amazing it was. I heard it, but just want to say how proud I am as well. And I think, and also some appreciation to Director Larson for you center student voice in a way that is really admirable. You are always bringing folks along. I've seen you do with every student representative that's been sitting in those seats, and so I'm just really grateful for that. And you saw an opportunity and a connection between the play that they were doing, play that they're working on, and what you were going to be talking about and presenting. And it was a really powerful display. So I just want to share gratitude for you, to you, for really practicing moving into what we say about. And then see that group and being there. Cool. Yes.
That's Michael Smith, president of Drama Club right now.
So as Dr. Rose alluded to, we were super excited to be recognized as one of the board of distinctions, which includes all our student representatives, because you are a part of the decision that we make as a board. So the recognition really is about student achievement. There are just a few things that I want to highlight that I'm also incredibly proud of this board for. And I'm going to want to link my goodbye thing next meeting. But not only have we seen impacts in student achievement, but we've done it by centering the student, centering the humanity of the staff and the students that go to our district and our community, and doing it all while laying foundation of anti-racism in a system that does everything they can to prevent that, everything it can to prevent that. And so we have really stayed student focused, again, human centered, the anti-racist focus. And that, I believe, is really the thing to be proud of, that then we have been able to see some of those student outcomes that we need to see. So again, I'll say a lot more probably next week or next month, but I'm thinking the last farewell thing. The other thing I've done, Director Simpson and I drafted a resolution related to artificial intelligence, which we'll be looking at this evening. And
Yes, I agree. And also for the it was good. So definitely talk to Highline. I will get with Dr. Rosa about how we can get that going. I think there was some confusion of the promise and the funding that's going to be there, and also the state funding that's going to be there. I think for next year, our students in there. I think now that it's kind of sometimes it's talk, and sometimes we just gotta make sure there's money behind there, and realize we'll have more than we had. So I will pass the information on.
sure. But I mentioned this to you separately. Just want to say here, I know that there, when we first started to really conceptualize There, and then continue to really think about the vision of what that would look like. There is desire, of course, to expand it beyond just high school college. And we should, because there are other amazing institutions doing really great work with our students. I really feel strongly that we should maintain it, right? Make sure that we have a really strong example of what partnering with another institution would look like before we expand our partnership. So knowing that there are still things with highlighting with that partnership that continue to get the kinks that need to be worked out. Is there anything new that we really focus on getting that to be a well-oiled machine and a process, and then expand it to other institutions. And I'm not saying that can't happen quickly with some sort of haste, but I do want to make sure that we're setting it up in a really thoughtful way so that long term it can be a program that sustains and benefits our students for years and years.
Let's start with acronyms. It's driving me crazy with your acronyms. I worked at Boeing for 11 years. They have those. I hang out with the campaign operator. Here at the school board, we are. So what is WASA? So Washington State School Directors. In case you weren't sure where everybody was at this convention. I purposely did not get a district because I'm moving on to city council emphasis. And I was really excited about moving back to the new for the three coming on the council. I got to see one on site, one of the dinners. A lot of excitement in people's lives and the opportunities to see what's going on in terms of the concerns and the opportunities that school have. So I'm really happy to miss that and making way for others. I'm telling you that we need to direct office a year ago, and so I'm always back to school. And I'm really excited to Seattle that saves our and hotel and travel. I've been working at a smaller level, which is by badger the city into doing something about the cascading traffic issues. Just be sure to get on diet and continue something for from the city at all. Schools more. It takes no great thinking which one is better steps. That's what's safe. On another topic, I moved into the pool. I sometimes feel that I accuse myself of conversation. I'm a former pool commissioner. Before that, Nessa and many of her friends told me readily to help with the saving of the pool at first. The $500,000 the city did very well. Literally demolish it. The whole area. Thank you to 2000. Such a long way. I hope that this board tonight and going into the future will really save the center, our children, our students, community. The ability of our youth and the people who live in this community of so many different backgrounds, many of which have nothing to do with my house, that live between a river, Puget Sound, and a lake. If they don't have water as a friend, right? They have to make water. So, nothing but our excellence coming from the school district that I totally make our way in the here community to turn that into action. It's not anything else, but future of one of our values is righteousness. Not always take the easy path, not always take the cheap path, but the one that's right. Online and in letters and well here from us. It's not easy to get to people. Very much well spoken. There's not so long day. Today is the 25th. They certified a lot of the legends today. So congratulations to the school board members And, I think I'm supposed to, actually watch all this. I know this is mass exits. What we hope we're leaving you, the board has considered, sexual, it's not, being invited to this, we're still working on the official title, we have a balanced budget. And that goes to our CFO, to much, class and working together with the teachers union, everyone, CIU, everyone. To make things possible, to really tighten the belt and move in the needs, very hard work. Because, I remember when I was joining, Terrence Proctor, we said, are you sure you want to do this? It's pretty daunting from the other end. So I hope we leave you in good stead and carry the torch forward and continue to grow. We really pay for things and we expound on excellence for our students. Last fall, just want to thank the students. Want to represent as you come and some very well. And you always bring, even tonight, pearls of wisdom to us. It's just not the same, not traditional. That wisdom and we even want to go further, Kaiser communities into the stage. So just again, and we not to great. That's it.
Sorry, like anything?
It sounds like it's maybe this postcard that's on, and that's it. So you can't hear anything online. It's like cutting in and out.
That was mine.
Oh. Okay. It's not even, I try to leave, like, here it is.
It's true. And it's
It's going up now, it does.
Oh, yeah, it's
Starting-
doing it now.
Starting to go now.
So I'll join again from online and I'll, if I
See.
come back, it's not working.
I have no idea, but it's working.
I looked at it. That was definitely me.
Take it away.
It's always, this one needs to be charged.
Okay, that was all me. I looked at the.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They were working for.
Just press a button, and something says, usually.
Yeah, that's how all technology works.
It's true.
Ah,
You just
okay.
bang on it.
Yeah,
till
that
it-
makes a lot more sense. Okay, thanks for that quick troubleshooting. I think, yeah, they definitely seem to be working better now, probably because there's a lot going on here on the microphone that wasn't before. Okay, we're gonna reread every public comment now.
Just fill out what
Just kidding. Okay, thank you, everyone. It's like, we'll be here next round. All right, so we're now gonna move on to our board business discussion. So this is our kind of our tracking document to make sure that we are coming back to things that we either postpone or table or set aside.
The consent agenda.
Ah, yep, thank you. Sorry. Could I please get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor? Thank you for being on track. Now we are going to our board business. We're having to turn the agenda over too soon. Board business, this is our tracking document, to keep track of anything that is still pending. Any questions, thoughts, things that, shouldn't be there? I know there were 2 items that came up last time. Both of those have been added. One of them has been 95% complete. When that's the superintendent review. And that's just documenting of the review that we've already done. That's on me, but that is again 95% complete. It'll be done in the next 2 days. The other one,
Is the mayor, he actually came out to
Okay.
CV this morning with me and then also one of the directors or coordinators for transportation.
We were there at 8:15 in the morning to observe traffic. And yeah, I saw Vanessa. Vanessa stopped and said, "Hey, Foxy." And then she goes, "Oh, the mayor's here." So we were out there this morning, just watching traffic, buses, everything. So that agenda item has been met. I don't know what we're gonna do with that yet, but the observation has happened today.
Anything else folks want to touch on or get a status update on?
Yeah, so another item is the cannabis shop letter to the city. So I had proposed a letter to send to the city and city council, and we were gonna have our transportation director review it, and she did review it and came back and basically agreed with the idea that, you know, there shouldn't be cannabis shops within 1,000 feet of our bus stops. And so what I can do on that one is bring it back to the next meeting and see if we want to vote to go ahead and everybody sign on and send it to the city. So that's on that one. The other one, which actually isn't on here, but I know has come up in emails, is speaking of our student representatives, the sophomore position has been open, and there was a student who applied, and I think probably the deadlines have gone, so we should probably set up the interview and kick that process.
Yes.
Yeah, I forced them to apply.
Good job.
It took a lot of strong arming, but
There's
we
apparently
got some.
some arm twisting that
Well,
was.
and I checked in with the student and let them know that we're in a board transition, so they know, so, yeah.
So anyway, I think whatever we need to do to set up
I
that.
already told Deb to
Okay.
set it up.
Okay.
Yeah, and to ask for 2 board members to be part of the interview process and the student members as well. Yeah. So
Okay.
she's sort of working right now, so we talked today, so, yeah, a little bit.
I think they will be a great addition to the board.
And then just the last thing on the Riverton and the Foster Memorial Park. So as we know, the city of Toccoa did a presentation to the board regarding that. So we need to just we need to talk and figure out what the next steps are.
Yep, so one of the things that the board wanted to hear before that is, right, really some kind of just future visioning about projects, land, buildings, that the district had. I know tonight we're looking a little bit at some capital project prioritization, which certainly impacts that conversation. So I think there was some more work to do, unfortunately, for that decision. I know they weren't on a super strict timeline, so we're gonna come back in January, and they said that was an okay time. So, yeah, great.
I think the only thing that I want to add or somehow get it into here is the Toccoa promise. So that it is, I don't know if we have a review or how that's been working, since that's a new thing. We don't have someone coming up here and talking, about it where we're at. So I'd like to get that added for the future board to make sure that they're reviewing and taking a look to make sure that that is going smoothly, and then seeing how we can work closely with them. And then also I was talking about possibly going into other colleges to be able to do it. Would be
I
great.
think we have one of our local residents, Riley, who's infinitely involved in.
He's sort of, we've contracted with Wiley Hager to be sort of project managing for us. So I already sent him an email to connect with you and I to talk about.
Okay,
Yeah.
super. And then, so we've contracted him for as far as going for this year, moving forward. What does that look
We
like?
have to start last year with the initial project. He's working with us this year. We're kind of revisiting what that looks like, so.
Yeah, so that's the only thing is I'd like to get something down that says that we're, we can sit and talk with him, but then also with the board going forward, making sure after this year, if Riley moves on or something else, that's going to be something's going to be taking place and that we're still keeping up that part of it.
Okay.
Great.
Great. Thank you all. Okay, next is the 2026 legislative priorities.
So this is a document I prepare every year, and it doesn't really change much from year to year because we're still trying to get the funding system fixed, the student needs-based funding system. So I made a few updates based on current bills and things like that, but I just wanted to bring it before everybody if anybody has anything they want to ask about it or whatever. And we can bring it again. It's another one of those things we could bring back to the next meeting to approve.
I think this is definitely something I'd be interested in the incoming board members having some input in, of course, so,
Yep.
yeah, I think definitely bringing it back. See, the boards, yep, okay.
I'm gonna comment, because I think it's good for us to be honest with ourselves. I thought the meeting that we had with the legislators last time was, important to have. And it was awesome to be able to engage them, but I am very concerned, that we might have fatigued them. So in our messaging, we need to, there's a phrase on Capitol Hill in DC, is, it's an acronym actually, but 2 pages didn't read. If it's longer than 2 pages, they won't read it. And often if it's 2 pages long, they won't read it. But the point is, we need to really, I don't know if it's jump into AI and try to make it more concise, but we need to get our message really concise. And we need to get an elevator speech in that makes them really lean in and want to know more. And when the more happens, it can't be more than 3 points. So I like all the work that gets done here. These are all really important things, but I know on city council, we had the same effort. Maybe we pass this, I don't know if that happens tonight or with the future board, which I think would be more appropriate. But also just have maybe somebody professional take a look at it that lobbies and say, is there anything we can do to make it better? And I think it's important for us to, you know, I want to acknowledge Dave and all his hard work, but I also want to make sure that, you know, we stay within limits on what the capacity is for some legislators when they're listening to our causes. So I hope that what I'm saying is received with love, because it's sent with love, because I want us to succeed.
Yeah, so the top line of it is actually the first sentence right there. I mean, that's the goal now. Beyond that, I can have a few, the question is, how do you actually translate that into bill action?
Right.
And so, I could definitely come up with, 2 or 3 key.
And
I mean, they're kind of buried in here, but I could raise them up. Yeah, I mean, I could do that.
And then another piece of oddball advice I got was from David Hackney. I said, how come it always feels like Tequila doesn't get what it asked for? Yeah, maybe Canton, Auburn, and Renton do. We collaborate, but we're also competitive. And he says, it's kind of funny. I go, is our lobbyist good? He said, yeah. Is the presentation good? Yes. He goes, but I will say the one difference is they all have what they want prioritized. And if they can't get that, they want, if I want this, but if I can't get it, I'll take this. And if I can't get that, I take that in their hip pockets for the discussion. Because it's not always possible for the legislator to do just exactly what.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd share that. He said that over a year ago, it had nothing to do with the school board. We were just talking city shop. And I just kind of went, how come? Because I watched it happen for 11 years. It's like, what are we doing right? Are we just too tiny? What's the deal? It's not tiny, it's how we convey the messages. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm envisioning, I could definitely structure something like that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, just food for thought.
Yeah.
Can I comment on that? Am I allowed to?
No, of course.
I just want to say the last time that we went to the legislature, me and Rihanna and Alex, I'm pretty sure we made some pretty impassioned arguments from our student perspective towards our local representatives, and that isn't hitting. If you know what we're already saying time and time again, that what you're doing is not equitable and what you're doing is not right for the students of Tukwila, then I don't know what will happen. If we can, how do you distill the tears of children that aren't educated? I don't know. And if it takes bringing more and more of us, how about we bring the whole school district down to Olympia?
we need equitable education and we need it now. And I don't know, as the district, how we are a smaller district, in a sea of big whales, Seattle to our north and Highline to our south, I think whatever fight we are currently doing is good, but I just want to say that.
So I'm always looking for, I mean, the way you're talking earlier about figuring out how systems work. And so, I'm always looking for opportunities to get people in there and understanding it and bring people to hear. And, I'm still working, for example, on the governor's policy advisor to try and get them to come here. And so then they can hopefully listen to some students, in a more intimate setting and see what's going on. So that, I'm always rolling through a whole series of different approaches, and I'll take, what Kate was just talking about, and I'll process that a little bit. And then this is a long-term game. We just keep going at it, and we keep going at it, and we keep finding new entryways. And once we get something that seems to be working, then we just kind of probe it. I'm also talking with the Senator Nobles from the South who did one of the best needs-based funding bill that didn't get passed, but so I'm working on, it's always a matter of multiple things always churning. So we'll just keep going.
Yeah.
And just keep raising your ideas. I'll try and figure out how to work them in and yeah.
And we're all trying from various angles. I think the student angle, the superintendent angle, the director angle, and the one thing we don't have is a paid lobbyist.
Yeah.
Those bigger districts do.
Yeah.
And that's just honesty. And we don't have the funds to have a paid lobbyist. So
Well, and I will say the way that I'm working that issue is the School Directors Association, WASDA, does have a paid lobbyist. And I've been working for years to get our student needs based funding into their program. And it's in their program this year for probably the first time.
Nice.
And so I'm we just got a response back from Senator Nobles about, well, let me think about this some more. And I'm going to pull that one out of the WASDA and say, here, anyway. Yeah,
we're trying everything.
Yeah.
And just, if you have, whenever you guys have ideas, keep bringing them up and we'll figure out how to incorporate them.
And so for everyone here just listening, the important part that what Dave is saying is that first line is student-centered funding. That is what we're trying to do, is student-centered funding.
And strangely as that may seem obvious, our system does not work that way. And so that's what we're trying to change.
The thing that we've learned is that the funding system is based, for example, the general fund system is based, if we have 1,000 kids in a high school, it doesn't matter if you're in Mercer Island or Seattle or Tukwila, it's the same staffing model, no matter what. And I think that's the part we're trying to say is that if we flip to a student-centered funding model, then that would be actually what we're trying to achieve, which is equitable funding for our scholars. And we're trying to make sure that people understand, it doesn't mean that we're saying that, and it's actually the only thing in our Constitution that is supposedly guaranteed, but not happening. So anyway, so that's what we're trying to do, and we're trying to hit it from all angles. I'm on the University of Washington's equity and funding group, and I'm on the state's funding group, and we're just trying to raise the voices at all levels. But the key message is that's the goal. So whether it's long-term or short-term, that's what we're angling for. So anyone in here listening, there's your elevator speech right there. So,
I think it's just in a education system, we have to advocate for a student-centered
That's
funding.
right.
Correct.
Yes. Yep.
If we're not centering students, what are we doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are we?
Yeah.
That's why we need you to go back and look
Yeah.
at it. Say that again.
I'll make sure you guys get another run at some of our legislators this year as well. So
I'll bring my
you can be
boxing
thinking,
gloves this
Great, thanks.
All right, so next is for our review of the resolution 969 related to artificial intelligence. So this is something that, again, Charlie and I know we've been talking a lot about artificial intelligence. We've had a lot of conversations, and I think there are probably a little bit of varying comfort levels with AI. I know I'm certainly way over here on the spectrum of I don't feel comfortable with with integrating it yet. So we just kind of wanted to put something in place to really, I think at its core, it's kind of slowing down a little bit and being more intentional and thoughtful about the approach that we will take in the future related to AI. You know, I think that because it is I was listening to something, it was just 3 years ago that ChatGPT, right, the chatbot was first introduced, the AI chatbot, which has definitely pushed AI into a whole, the next realm, right, of what we're gonna see AI trying to do. And it's that chatbot, honestly, that concerns me the most, not necessarily the ways that AI is integrated into a search tool or some other things, but the impacts and the unknown of AI. And I think because, like anything in technology, it moves so fast. And because we want to be ahead of things, right? We want to be ahead of other districts, we want to be ahead of the curve, we want to be ahead of all of the, you know, things. We sometimes will then rush to say, how do we start doing this? Without really thinking, I think, a lot about some potentially really damaging and unknown outcomes and consequences of just going all in with AI. So that's kind of the intention of why we wanted to put this together. So I'm really curious to hear your thoughts.
I read it. I loved it. I highly support the board approving this. I think it is the right approach for our students.
So I'll take the other side. So I'm particularly concerned about the thing that says pause all new expanded implementation of AI-based tools. So, you know, we have not had this board, I don't think, well, we haven't had a review of what's actually going on with AI tools in this district.
Right.
So I would not want this would be like making an uninformed decision. And I know for, you know, a fact that there are a number of AI tools. Colleague AI is one of them from the University of Washington. There are a bunch of them that are really good, well-vetted educational tools that are, you know, we should be exploring. I remember when I asked the students, I think a few times ago, Ron, as you stop walking out of the room, I'll quote you. Is, you know, for example, she said she was using AI to, you know, find explanations for some concepts maybe in math that she didn't understand. And there's some really good AI tools out there to do. Primeago is another one to do that. The Colleague AI is about helping teachers set up lesson plans and things like that. So there's a whole suite of tools that are, you know, can be really helpful to say this kind of blanket sweep pause anything. I think is overkill. I think in terms of, you know, what I believe is understanding of what's going on. We have our instructional Shosa Farron Hayes, who just works on and has been working on these technology issues for many years, is taking what I would call is the Goldilocks approach. I mean, he's not pushing it hard at all. Matter of fact, he's going, you know, very slowly and deliberately, as he always does, which is perfect for, you know, this district, I think. And so, yeah, I think it's, I don't feel like we're rushing into something. It's also, it's like, you know, the internet, you know, we block a whole slew of sites and have been for years appropriately. And so, you know, I feel like our staff is doing a good job of, you know, for instance, we don't want to just unleash a totally uninhibited ChatGPT on everybody, but there are a bunch of tools that are really effective and can be used. And I wouldn't want to stop it because it's saying stop it until there's a, you know, a full scale study of everything, which, you know, we're understaffed already. So how long is that going to take? And so anyway, that's kind of where I'm coming from this one.
No, so exactly, I agree with you, we don't know, right? And I think things are being put in place without the board's knowledge and knowing that stuff. And so this is being put forward so that somebody will come and present to us and let us know what is being used. And, I appreciate that you know the good tools that are out there, but does our staff, and is that what we're using? And why are we using those? And so I think the question is that we're halting what's being used right now, that we're not expanding it until that we do have someone in front saying, hey, this is what we're using, this is the reason why, and is it student safe? Yes, right? Because AI, ChatGPT or whatever is not students, it's not youth, right? It's for adults. I mean, at this point. And so we're just making sure that whatever the district goes forward, number one, that I'm hoping we can find funds to hire a person to do that. So, because I believe if they're paid, then they're going to care about doing it. Hopefully CTE funds or something that will do that. And then they would come before the board here and present what that looks like going forward. I think you're right. It is very quick. It is expanding fast. And the student voice, I want to hear from them. So I would think that we would, the person that whoever's there would go to the students, hear how they're using it and what they're using, and then what does work and what's inappropriate, et cetera. And then from there, we would make the best decision of the district of how to go forward. My fear is that if we don't have something down here, then we'll come back 4 years from now, 5 years from now. It's going to be, like you said, kind of left up to discretionary among the individual teachers or staff or something like that, and there's not going to be a good policy forward. Whereas this says, okay, we need to take a hard look at what we're doing and then put some money towards it, and then make sure that what we're bringing to our students is the most appropriate.
Yeah, and I think just to add, specifically thinking about that bullet number 2, right, Paul's on new enrichment and things. We heard at our in our IT presentation last week, there's already been 2 AI tools that the schools are using that have been approved by IT. So what we're saying with this resolution is not that those cannot continue to be used because they've already been rolled out, but that we are waiting to roll out anything additional until we've had a more thoughtful plan and approach for the long term. Because what I don't want to happen is 5-10 years from now, we look back, like again, we have with these things, right? And said, wow, we've just caused a serious mental health crisis, even furthering the mental health crisis that our young people are experiencing right now because of the integration of all of these tools. So that's what I'm trying to prevent. And I know that it's hard to like think about 10 years in the with a technology that we should know nothing about. And I think that's my point, is we don't know anything about it. So what does it hurt to slow down, use the things that are already in place, that have already been approved? And I think the other point that Dr. Simpson was making, I was actually quite frustrated that things have been implemented without coming to the board first, right? When we've been talking about how important it is. And so, I think it's also kind of a resetting. I see this as a curriculum enhancement, right? So what is our process for the curriculum? So I think, I don't know. Anybody know what the 2 IT or the 2 tools are that we're using? I guess the tech folks aren't here, so probably not. If it was any of those that you mentioned. The 2
Well, I understand
AI
that you're
tools.
using Colleague AI in the University
Okay.
of Washington. I don't know
Okay,
what-
so we're using that already.
We're exploring, we haven't like rolled that out, actually. There's a list of the state adopted tools that we are using through the state approval process, the state of Washington. But it's not, I can look on that, we have it here on the districts.
And we do have AI guidelines in place. And I don't think that, like say Theron, I've known him for years, he's not gonna do something that's gonna harm.
Well,
students.
so, sure, and I don't think that our intention behind trying to put something in place is taking anything away from how thoughtful and intentional that Theron is in thinking about the rollout of things. But what I am saying, as an institution, we need to be really thoughtful about it. And yes, he's probably not doing things that are intentionally going to cause harm, but how will we know? Right? Again, whoever introduced these things probably was like, this isn't going to cause a lot of harm. It's going to make us more connected. It's going to help us reach each other better. And then now here we are, right? 20 years later, seeing the biggest mental health crisis with our young people. So it's not about intention to cause harm, but the unintended realities and consequences of technologies that we do not know enough about.
I think, it'd be probably feasible to take the word pause and just say review all new or expanded implementation. Be comfortable with that, and then when you, talk about hiring somebody, I guess that's great if you have a massive money tree growing somewhere. But it seems to me that we could tap into consultants that are already consulting school districts and ask, for a minimal fee, what their results are without starting over. Yeah, I just don't wanna.
We're not asking anyone to start over necessarily. What we're asking you is to say, we're not gonna do anything new until we do some thoughtful planning.
I have a few thoughts. First on that, I think if, you were to rewrite this, how I would, as a student, and that doesn't like AI and think AI is very bad, I mean, for students' educational, life, I would put your review all current policies and pause all new or expanded policies. A review current and pause new or expanded. But also in the times that we are, I have grown to not trust just trusting the judgment of those in power, in places of power, and trusting the judgment of those that are put in positions over others to make the right call all the time. And, I totally agree that I don't think anyone in the Tukwila School District is going to intentionally, hopefully, but wouldn't intentionally harm any students or put in policies that would harm any students. But I believe the most guardrails protects us from any potential adverse side effects until it is a known variable. I still believe, that this is the policy that I would want implemented at Tukwila School District for our students. Brianna, if you have any thoughts. I don't know.
I honestly think that what we have right now is where it should be, just because of the fact that if we were to implement more AI tools, there's already a lot of I'm not sure if every teacher is aware of this, but a lot of people use AI anyway, even if they tell them not to. So if we implemented more AI tools, I feel like it would just get worse. I think I agree with Aiden on what he's saying.
And slowing down, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the guardrail, so if the board sets some kind of guardrails, I don't know what those look like beyond the guidelines that we already have. This idea that, ultimately on all these things, you have to trust, the staff, to do the right thing within the guidelines that we currently have. And so I'm having a tough time envisioning if we sat around and set out some quote district approach in more detail, what that would actually look like and how that would actually get rolled out to make any difference to what we're doing now.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I was thinking about a little bit, and Dr. Bridges and I chatted about this a little bit, most folks who are technology people are going to advocate for technology. And an educator in technology, who's also an educator, right, is going to think about how we best integrate technology into education. And what I'm asking us to do is think more broadly about that. How do we understand the mental health landscape of AI? How do we understand the child development implications of AI? So if you look at number 5, this is what I'm hoping that we can actually gain to really be able to have that roadmap that is really thoughtful beyond just the people in our district, right? So actually engaging in a more broad coalition that includes mental health specialists, specifically youth mental health professionals, child development advocates and professionals, folks that are focused on equity and accessibility, ethics. So not just technology, right? Not just technology experts, because that is always going to push us in the way of implementing technology. I want us to think a little bit more holistically. How we think about the whole child, when we implement, and integrate AI. So I think that's what I'm hoping for, is that we have a more well-rounded approach that isn't just about I don't know, that's bigger than just education and technology, but we're thinking about all these other things as well.
Yeah, I think the other, I mean, that would be fine. I think we're tending to put all AI tools in the same box, and I don't think that fits. I think there are AI, like some of the, you know, whatever an AI tool is these days, can be helpful in terms of teacher efficiency, in terms of just doing their kind of, you know, some of the mundane work that goes on in their regular day. It can also be, like I was, you know, pointing out, students can get alternate explanations. We know that, you know, an explanation for a concept, different students are going to need different explanations, because that's how everybody's minds work differently. And so I think there's, you know, and then there's that category, and then there's this other category of open-ended, you know, chatbots that can get into the, you know, let me be your friend and let me, you know, all the mental health kinds of issues. That's a different world in my mind. And so that's why I just, you know, that world absolutely we need to think, you know, very seriously about, and what the implications are. But there is a portion of that, of AI tools, that I think can be used safely. And we're getting guidance from OSPI and University of Washington, a lot of educational experts that, you know, I think I still want to close up that. Well, no, this is a College of Education at the University of Washington, you know. These are not IT folks, these are.
And I totally agree. So, and I agree, but and I agree that we're disagreeing and so forth, and it needs to, this is why I'm saying, I'd love to see what we're currently doing, presented to us, what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then the board then at the time can look at where to go forward. And I think that's what this intention was. And so that as it changed, because there is so much, you know, both sides of it.
I mean, I'd be happy to have a fairly quick representation of what's going. I agree with that one. We should do that. I think I've asked for that a few times. What's going on with AI, but I don't think that should be a reason to just kind of shut everything down until we do a.
So it doesn't say shut it down, right?
Yeah,
And if it's interpreted that, then I think the language that Aiden presented is better. So review all current.
Yep.
And then pause expanded implementation of AI.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it's new AI, depends on what kind of AI tool you're talking about.
So I guess here's another thing too, and if maybe adding some clarity, when I'm thinking about integration with AI, it's mostly around the direct engagement with students. So I'm not talking about how a teacher might use it or a staff member, and so if that needs clarity here, we can certainly provide it. I'm mostly thinking about the direct impact of students interacting with.
Well, like
AI.
I say, I think that the really good use of it is what Brianna was talking about is, and a lot of students do that, looking for tools that help explain some educational, you know, math concepts or whatever. Conmigo is a whole world of its own that, you know, is just providing alternative ways of looking at things, and students need that.
I don't think this policy outlines what students can do in their own time.
Well, that's true.
So, you know, if a student like me or Rihanna wants to, in their own time, use an AI tool to expand their learning, that would, I mean, we can't do anything about what a student does in their own home. I just would be very hesitant about any adoption of anything directly by district and district staff. And that's what I want control as a student.
So I guess my question for you, Director Larson, is there some adjustments to this resolution that could be made to make you feel more comfortable about it? Knowing like the intention of why we wanted to put it forward.
I'd probably have to think about that a little bit because I'm kind of hung up on this putting all AI tools into one bag. And so if you could, if you could split that out some way. And I'm sitting here right now, I'm not able to.
Yeah, I guess to some degree, that's actually what we're asking for too. What is our AI approach? How are we thinking about AI, right? How are we differentiating between AI that can be helpful and productive and supportive of our students and what can be harmful and detrimental? So that's what we're asking for, is we're asking that the district put forward the work to really outline what that is before we start doing more to implement things that we don't actually have a vision or approach or an understanding of how we're even talking about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, although I'm concerned about how long are we talking about to figure that one out.
I guess what is a year hurt? Like, let's say, like, if we
A
can
year
actually.
can hurt in this business can hurt, or this particular area can hurt quite a bit, I think.
How though? I'm curious. We've been educating scholars for how long now? When the public schools start? Hundreds and hundreds of years, right? We've been educating students for a long time without these artificial intelligence technologies. So why is a year going to make much of a difference?
Well, because when you look at our system, it's not serving a lot of our students well. I mean, you've got
Do
way
you
too
think
many
AI
students
is
that
going
are
to
not.
help that?
It could.
Could, but we don't know. It could also not, right?
Which again goes back to the point of the point is to get us some guidelines, to have the board and like you talking even now, I would be curious to hear about what that looks like, right? What are those AI tools that we already have here that you are comfortable with? Right, because that's not the AI tools that I'm comfortable with on the other side. And so that's what I'm asking, is that we're not stopping anything, right, on this. What we're doing is we're just trying to figure out what the guidelines are, where the guide rails are, what present that to the board so that we can look at it and then determine what is healthy and what's not healthy for our, students. So it's not a stop. It's not putting everything in a bag. It's exactly what you're asking. Let's unpack the bag. Let's figure out, okay, where's this tool go? Is this good? Is this gonna work? Okay, where's this one gonna go? And then getting experts to say, hey, this is what's happening and what we're using.
So at King County, in the IT department, we review everything and have been going on for almost a year, trying to figure out what IT professionals can use and can't use. But a lot of it is based on not stunting growth or mental stress. It's based on privacy laws. And it's saying these tools can take a lot of your information without your knowledge. And right now, publicly, we're going through a conversation over the flock cameras, which the intent is simply to read license places and plates. And we know there's a rotation, like a square dance between Auburn and Des Moines, ourselves, Renton and Auburn again, on auto theft. And the auto theft circuits are just falling right and left because of our ability to scan these plates, find the things within 30 minutes of the theft, return them to their owner and grab the bad guys. That's really important. But what we're all reading about, and I actually don't believe in everything that the UW research article said, because I think they made some mistakes and the UW owes us, the public, an apology on their research tactics. But there are, and I was warned over a year ago, those same cameras, that system grabs a lot of data. And it does take pictures of people. And it aggregates, and it sells it to aggregators. And people are upset right now because ICE has been using them. But you should be upset in general, because it tells you, it can tell them what store you went to, what you're doing. But of course, your phone and your credit cards are doing that too. So it's all around you. The question is, what is a bit too far? I get annoyed when Copilot jumps in and tries to help write my message. I want it to be one of these little guys that I push when I want to deal with it. That makes me old. But I want to be able to push Copilot when I'm ready to have it play. I don't want it to be in my face, ask me, it irritates me like that little paper clip. Just go away. I want to do what I'm doing, and then I'll use you if I need the assistance. And that's what KCIT in the most simple level is trying to discern with the UI, with the AI tools that are at its fingertips, is what is useful, how should we use it at work? These are adults. And what is stealing your privacy right and left, you don't even know about it, even when you close your book. And I think several years ago, I was amazed when we were all in a meeting, and it was the head of IT for Seattle IT, and he realized his camera was on and somebody was watching him in that meeting. And he had no idea that something was on his computer that was able to do that. And so it's important. These are minors to know what software there is. So I'm for this. What I'm worried about is enforcement. Don't put anything in words you can't enforce. And don't put anything in that becomes a 6 to 1 year roadblock, because we only meet twice a month for 9 months. We meet more often, but we don't really meet that often. And I don't want to inhibit, and I'm with Dave on this, the ability of our youth to get into whatever possible technologies they can and become geniuses at it and get really great high-paying jobs from it because they got their hands on it and caught the wave when they could. So, and I'm not saying that's an easy balance to strike, but I get nervous. I'm okay with review. I mean, they shouldn't deploy anything that's here without being reviewed. But what happens when it gets in front of this group? Are we qualified to review an AI device? And that's why I said, I don't think we can afford to hire a person to do it all. I think we ought to tap into a consulting company that does it for school districts all over the nation.
That's why we specifically put in hire or contract with, because we wanted to open the possibility to utilize some of the experts that are out there doing that right now.
But this is a tsunami. I'm just letting you know. There's no way one board's gonna see it all and know what's best or not best for students, in a 2 or 3 cycle way that we look at things.
Sure.
So how do you police it, right?
To be comfortable, I would want to have some review of what's going on before I would be willing to vote for something like this. I want to hear what's going on in the.
We already have though. We heard last week, and then that's what this is
Not
asking for.
comprehensively. I mean, I did not hear all with how colleague AI is being used. And if there's another tool or what they're doing, and I don't feel like,
Are there other school districts that have resolutions? Did we pull this from?
No,
some kind
we
of
created
model?
this ourselves.
Yep. But do they have wording of the?
I think a lot of other districts are just jumping in head first, which is, something I think I'm trying to have us avoid a little bit. But
I don't have a problem with caution. I just don't want it to turn into a.
yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's also,
where we
it's
don't
also
have
a
it.
resolution. So to be super honest, we could pass it today. The new board could come in next week or next month and do something entirely different. It's just a resolution. It's not a policy. And even in a policy, it can be changed, right? Yeah. Okay, tell you what we're gonna do. Any, Director Proctor, any thoughts? I know you got here, just any thoughts to add to this discussion?
I mean, a lot of thoughts. I don't know that I can add to the discussion. I think the discussion is important. I think this discussion is important in the context of AI is advancing rapidly. And if we're in a position that some phase of it could cause damage, you won't be able to get that toothpaste back in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's coming down the pike. I'm not necessarily, as Dave said just now, I don't know that I'm comprehensively well abreast on what we actually are using as opposed to what's next. So, and I also, I don't know, push back in the comment, I don't know where the line is from the good AI and the bad AI, and if my understanding on it is that that's ever changing, and the MO of the dark side is to obscure the line. And then what are the risks of our students at our college level? So, and I'm not necessarily interested in becoming an expert on it. I just think this is the time we live in, and And as a governing board, if that's a part of some of our tools for systemic education, I think we ought to at least review what we're using, how it works, and why we're using it. And whatever's coming next should have some form of that type of review. And Director Kate is accurate. You don't want to put a whole bunch of stuff that you can't enforce. But I know one thing. If it unleashes a dragon that creates harm, this room will be full of people pointing the finger at us, saying, where were we in implementing this and allowing this to happen? I mean, we've seen it on other issues that are not as big, even the cell phone issue. So, I mean, I don't think it's wisdom to pretend that we didn't go through that. So I figure out politically as a board, let's figure out what the happy medium is to be responsible stewards of how we're going to implement this new technology that has the potential to be a wonderful tool for our students or a dragon we can't take. And at this stage, we don't know which one is which. So how do we get there?
Which I say, that's actually the heart of what this resolution is intended to do. It's
And that's what I mean, I don't necessarily have any more than what was discussed. I think those are lucid, valid points that are responsible. So what's the happy medium to make? Put us in a position to be wise moving forward.
What are the changes that need to be on this resolution that make this board feel comfortable that they can pass it? I guess that's gonna be the very first thing.
I would just change the word pause to review, and I'd be clearer about using a consultant than hiring somebody.
All right, I'll make that amendment for that change when we get to the action, because I'm comfortable with that change. I think it's more clear what we wanted anyway.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, we can have a chance to chat about anything else that comes up when we get to that part. Okay, let's move on now to our presentations. We have two today. Hey, y'all, told you lots of stuff. Starting with our special education presentation.
There was a workshop.
Which one are you talking about?
Please do.
Good evening. My name is Amber Mon. I'm the Director of Student Services and Special Education, and I will use she, her pronouns. I'm very excited, as always, to speak about supportive students with special needs in our district and what that means and what that looks like. So as with everything, our special education department is grounding in our services and our work and our core values of the district. And really thinking especially about expectations and high expectations and excellence for all. And recognizing that all of our students are capable of achieving great things and putting the services in place to get them there. We are also really committed to our anti-racist schools of the district, really thinking from a systems perspective and what that means and looks like for our students and how we serve them. And so really grounding in principles when we're making decisions, when we're thinking about, setting our students up for success and what that looks like, and being clear about that. And at that, I always want to hear from our building leaders about what they are celebrating in their community. And so the next slide really talk about ways that our school teams, the people out there doing the work every single day, working hard, are supporting our scholars. So at Foster, they wanted to highlight their practices of getting students out and getting job skills, getting them ready for post-secondary success, and using their opportunities within the school to support furthering the school community and giving students some skills and practice around that. We also are highlighting Foster's participation in the Puget Sound Skills Center, as well as students participating in the Running Start program. So really excited about that and thinking about, making sure that students continue to have access to that.
LRC, can you repeat that acronym?
Yes, and I apologize because I have those highlighted later, but I should have started here at the very beginning, because that's where people are starting. Learning Resource Center, so LRC 1 and LRC 2 are our programs, and I'll talk about them later. I should have highlighted that here as well.
Thank you.
There is an LRC 3, is there not?
There is not, no.
It doesn't exist, or we don't have it?
We, both.
Okay.
So at Showalter, really supporting students in their leadership development. We had an opportunity to have students attend the Northwest Inclusion Summit, and we had students go, and so that was really exciting for them. And they're now thinking about how they can bring what they learned back to Showalter in support of our community there. And at Thorndike, looking at how we're supporting so the expansion of the Learning Resource Center 2 program at Thorndike has grown. And so really looking at how supporting students in more inclusive practices and opportunities there. Excited to celebrate that. Tukwila Elementary is excited to celebrate increasing independence in students, and then also students vocalizing their own pathways of wanting to spend more time in the gen ed setting. And so learning how to support some of the specially designed instruction within the gen ed setting more often based on what students are sharing and giving them feedback. So they're really excited about their advocacy and leadership of their own. And Cascade View is really looking at how to support students in all of their needs and that looking at ways to creative problem solve around some big needs, as well as the students who are participating in. So just want to always highlight the great work of our teachers and leaders and paraprofessionals out in there. I also want to just give a photo credit to Noreen Buckman. So all of the pictures in here are provided by one of our speech and language pathologists, and so these are students in our district out actively participating. And I also just really want to always ground in that special education as a service. It's not a place. So when we're thinking about how we're going to serve our students, we're not thinking always of like the LRC 1 classroom or the LRC 2 classroom or the therapy space. We're really looking at a continuum of services and where that student needs those services to be successful and highlighting that. To ground us in special education law, special education services are driven by IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It's a federal law, and it really is talking about free, appropriate public education and serving students in the least restrictive environment. And so that is going to mean different things for different students, and then that's where school teams go through a process to get there. The next slide really talks about the role of the federal government and the state government within special education. So looking at it from the federal government, it's really around policy, monitoring, some funds. Most of our special education funding comes from the state. And then looking at from the state, there's also that monitoring, funding, and then oversight. So all of our reporting for where we're at really goes to the OSPI, Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction for Washington State. And then really looking at the areas of monitoring. So every year there are multiple reports that we have to submit around where we are at and how we are supporting, really looking at child count. So that's a monthly submission to the state of where we're at. And this is really looking at students with IEPs. Are their records on time? Are we compliant there? And funding is tied to that. The November federal count is the most important count of the year. And a significantly higher dollar amount is attached to those counts, but it's ongoing monthly as well. We look at serving students and like discipline rates. We look at the personnel who are serving them, what they're certificated in. We look at childhood outcomes. So as students are transitioning from preschool into kindergarten, we look at secondary transition plans. So I get the opportunity to call families of students who have graduated to see how they're doing following up. where they're at. And it's one of the things that brings me significant joy to hear that our students from Foster graduates are doing really well. And that's something we also have to report on, where they're at, what are they doing, follow up. And then we also look at how students are exiting services. So when students are leaving, when they graduate, or if they're no longer eligible for service, and then, you know, what that looks like. So those are the areas of reporting, all really exciting things, I know. So based on all of the things on that reporting slide that we just looked at, we're looking at an annual determination. So every single year, we get a determination based on our compliance monitoring and what we're submitting. We just 2 weeks ago got our determination level for this year, and we are at level 1, which is great. That's where we want to be. There we go. And this is just the rubric. If you want to zoom in and closer, this is the rubric of where we are meeting compliance for this year. And it's all of the indicators from the slide before.
Can I just say, I will say, we have not always been on level 1.
That is
so
correct.
you just have to people said that because that's where we want to be.
Yeah, we always want to be at level 1. And we also use any other level that we get as a learning opportunity, and it's really around development of systems, making sure that we have staff that we have procedures in place to make sure that we're meeting those compliance monitoring requirements. We also get an annual determination around disproportionality, and they're looking at different areas. Tukwila School District is disproportionate in the area of indicator B10. And that is for students with a specific learning disability who are also Hispanic. So it's looking at federal race groups and then where they're at. Other areas of disproportionality are out there, but whereas Tukwila is at, the level that we have to do intervention and reporting around is in specific learning disability. And so what that means is that we will have to do a needs assessment to look at like what do we think is happening and why, and then come up with a plan. So we have been in this category for several years now. It is not something that's new. And so every year we're looking at how can we better support our students. And we're really in this case looking at students who are identified as a specific learning disability, which means that there's not a medical diagnosis or there's not another area. And we're also looking at this from a perspective of our needs assessments. And in the last 2 years that I've done it is really around supporting our multilingual learners and making sure that we're ruling out language acquisition versus a learning disability when we're looking at how we look at eligibility and referral for students.
I'm curious, is there in some cases, the fact that there's a disproportionality, there may be a valid reason for it. Mm-hmm. And so that's part of the process.
Yeah, that's part of the process. And that's why we'll do a needs assessment and just to see like, because our needs might change, it doesn't necessarily, we might not determine the same thing every single year. That's what the information has shared with us. And so what we've really done over the last since I've been here, really looking at our care team process and how students are being referred. We still have a lot of work to do. I just want to fully name and acknowledge that it's still, we're still on the pathway, and really looking at what are the tier 1 district-wide supports for all students, and then what are those tier 2 district-wide supports for students, and then making sure that the staff know how to navigate that and get help for students and what that looks like and identifying that prior to referral for special education.
Because one of the things that always interests me about this whole area is how much of it, nature versus nurture kind of thing. If you have, what causes learning disabilities?
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that happened, malnutrition when they were growing up? Or, and I guess your answer was we don't really know that one. So that's always been an area of interest.
Yeah.
Why? And so as a result of that, there may be just we get a lot of students that had trauma when they were young. That I don't know if that impacts this or not, but anyway.
Yeah, I would say that, the reason we do a comprehensive evaluation for services and determination is to look at all of the information that we have about students. So we're getting information from families, we're getting information from educators, any medical provider information. So everything that the family presents to us or that school team members present, we are required to consider all of it. And some of that might include environmental factors. We are required to do a medical history review. So any kind of historical medical needs that the student has had and addressing that. So all of that is, it's not something that we can say with, overall holistically, but as with all things of special education, that's individualized. So we're looking at it on an individual student basis. All right, so speaking of eligibility, when a school team determines that a student is not making progress in their general education setting, or if a family makes a referral request, we're required to consider it and respond. But in order to be eligible, so we will get a referral, school team from family, wherever the referral comes from, we'll consider it. And then coming together, the school psychologist and possibly other therapists on the team will do an evaluation. And through that evaluation, they have to determine through standardized assessments, observation, functional data, anything provided by family, whether or not they meet a disability criteria. And then we can also have students who do have a disability, who do meet a disability criteria, but there's no adverse educational impact and no requirement of specially designed instruction. So it has to meet both of those parts before we can determine that a student is eligible for services. And then on an ongoing basis, at a minimum cadence of every 3 years, we'll do that evaluation again to determine whether or not the student maintains eligibility for special education services or not.
Obviously, I'm not asking you to violate anything, but I'm just kind of curious, do you have an example of what a diagnosis might be that then wouldn't qualify for?
Yeah, so many. A student might have ADHD, but there might not be an adverse educational impact, and they might not need specially designed instruction. A student might have an autism diagnosis, and they might not have an adverse educational impact and might not require specially designed instruction. So really, there's many examples of what that could look like. And in that case, the team can consider whether or not a 504 is appropriate, where accommodations can support the student in the setting. They might need more kind of like prompts, breaking things down from an accommodation level versus requiring specific instruction in skill acquisition.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And this is the timeline that looks at whether or not services. And so really when you think about it from an evaluation perspective, we're looking at school days. So, and then when it shifts to the IEP, the individualized education, it shifts to calendar days. And so that's something that I have been doing this for years. I still sometimes have to check myself on which timeline are we on right now? But also just acknowledging that 35 school days can be a long time, and that can feel like a long time for school teams and families. So for example, if we get a referral on June 1st and 35 school days from June 1st could potentially be in October of the next school year. And so recognizing that and really thinking about that, and that is where an opportunity for education from school teams around hey, let's think about how to prepare families for sometimes these procedures that do take a long time or can take a long time. So just this is just our school psychologists are the leader of the evaluation process that can include if there's a communication need, it might include a speech and language pathologist. There's an occupational need, a therapy need, fine motor, gross motor, it would include other therapists, and then always the student's teacher, always any service providers that are already providing services, and sometimes it might include the nurse if there's a health-related need. And then if the evaluation determines that the student is eligible for services, then that team creates an individualized education plan And that is the plan that outlines, these are the goals, this is the area of specially designed instruction, these are the therapy services that we're gonna provide. And then the team will determine with the family is a member of the team, what those services look like, the frequency of the services and where they will take place, either in the special education setting or the gen ed setting. And we always want to consider always that students with special needs, regardless of eligibility, are in consideration of eligibility are general education students, first and foremost. And really looking at making sure that they feel like they belong and that they are valued and that they are seen as active participants in the learning community, that they have contributions that are great and positive, and we want to highlight that as with all things. So thinking about what that looks like in Tukwila School District, we have a Learning Resource Center 1, and we have a Learning Resource Center 2. We have related service providers. We have early childhood special education, and then we also contract with non-public agencies. And so when school teams are looking at the needs of the student, they do through the evaluation process, they identify the areas of eligibility and what the needs are, and then the IEP team, including family, come together and they decide what that looks like. And then based on their needs, students who need more functional academics, functional communication, might be served more in the Learning Resource Center 2 program, but students that might need some pull-out or push-in services might be served in the Learning Resource Center 1, and really thinking about it as a continuum and like looking at how we're making sure that students have access points in all places. And then related services are looking at the therapy services. It can be, some of our therapy service can be specially designed instruction. It's more often a related service, and that's a service that supports their goals and specially designed instruction in other areas. For example, a speech and language pathologist might be a related service in support of a student's pro-social goals, or an occupational therapist might be supporting a student's writing goals in those cases.
Quick question that might be a little too nuanced to answer, and that's okay. Obviously, parent input is so important as a member of the process. And also, there are likely varying reasons why a parent may not want their young person to be getting special education services. And so how do we navigate that when there has been a referral that's been made and the family does not want to pursue that path?
So, thank you for highlighting a critical piece that I should have mentioned. After eligibility is determined and after the team develops an individualized education plan, we're required to get consent from the family to serve that student with these needs. And if the family doesn't give us consent, we cannot move forward. We can't. They have that full right. Additionally, if a family does give us consent to provide services and later changes their mind and they revoke consent, we hit 6-7 years ago, districts could take families to due process if we disagreed. That changed. And so the laws changed around that. And so now if a family revokes consent, we have to honor that. It can be really difficult when school teams have identified students might have significant needs. It can become especially difficult if a student struggles with needs a lot of support with behaviors because they have rights and protections as a student with special education services, and those rights and protections go away. And so that can also become nuanced where it's like, oh, wait a second, they have an IEP. Well, actually, we had and so like if a family does want to revoke consent or if they don't give us consent for services, we need to lean into those opportunities to engage with families, understand why, like help us understand more about your concern here. So I really look at those as educational opportunities for families and thinking about what there is. There are a lot of historical stigma. There's a lot of cultural factors that go into this, and sometimes it's like thinking about what their experience was when they were younger, versus what it is and what it looks like now. So just opportunities for school teams to engage families to better understand what their concerns are so that we can address their concerns and still move forward in service of what we've identified the student needs.
Would there be a time in that scenario where if the parent didn't consent to the special education services, that we might go to 504 plan instead?
Yeah, and we also still need consent from a parent to provide 504 accommodations as well, but yes.
May feel less stigmatizing, or maybe not?
It could be. I think it just depends on what the concern is, you know, and I think that I've heard a lot of concerns over the years and sometimes have been able to process through with families and support, and sometimes they just say no. And we have to honor that and respect that.
So I'm curious, how many in a typical year, how many students do we have that we believe, or the staff believes should be have IEP services and the family has said no? Is that a rare occurrence, or is that?
It's less typical.
Maybe 2 or 3 a year or something, or?
It's not something that I always have visibility on, so there's no like required like, hey, that is something that was highlighted in a OSTI kind of I don't know if it's an audit, it was kind of a performance audit of and this was a statewide need of districts and kind of monitoring like how many actual referrals are there that don't move forward, and then also like how many do we get here. We could certainly do a data dive to determine how many, like we've done an evaluation, we presented an IEP, we didn't get consent.
It just seems to me that has the potential to put quite a load on the teacher who has a student not getting the services they need.
And then also on the student and thinking about like
the student as well.
they're making progress on their
really good.
and so I think then it's really important to then lean in, partner with the family to better understand what their concerns are, and then work with them on like, okay, how can we come together in partnership?
That relationship with the teachers and the schools are really important.
Yes.
And there might be another reason. I had a child with dyslexia, and my daughter and I decided to revoke services when she entered high school because we wanted her to have advanced placement opportunities. And so we wanted to guarantee that. So that was the reason why we revoked services. But my son with autism, we decided to continue services. It just depends on the kid and what the needs are. But some of it's cultural, because we have families that come into our system that they don't have special education services. So it's a whole education that we have to do with the entire family and sometimes even the community, because they don't even understand this process.
In my experience, the rarity of refusing consent usually happens at the eval.
Yes. Yeah, so and a learning opportunity for many, and we actually had two instances of this school year where students enrolled in our district, where the previous district did an evaluation, they determined they were eligible, then the student came to us after, the eligibility results was in June, and then they registered with us in September, and we're on the hook for that 30-day timeline now. And so we're still required to present an IEP, but when families say we're not going to give, do support, it's some districts or some smaller places might think like, oh, okay, we're just not going to move forward, but we actually still have to present one. But you do hear about it most times in that meeting. It's pretty rare that we're going to go into the next one without an idea, and what that can look like is the family doesn't show up for the meeting and they don't, continue to engage through that.
Clarification about the example that you gave. So if someone is receiving special education services, they cannot also get an advanced placement class?
They can, they should be able to, they should. And I will say in my kids' school, it wasn't, no.
How do we navigate that here?
I think that this is something that she's dedicated in doing.
Yeah, so there's different things that might create a barrier for some of this, and And it's also being like a small district and, multiple pathways for like scheduling. So a student that has, advanced placement in math, and then they want to take band, and they want to take Spanish as a world language, and then they also need their specially designed instruction in order to kind of support their executive functioning needs in all of those areas. So they also need a special education class that can kind of help support them through some of those things. And so logistically, the scheduling can become the barrier. And so then it's really like, how are we going to now serve that and thinking about that? So it's not that we can't do it. It's that we need to think about how can we be creative and looking at what services. Again, it's a service, it's not a place. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during first period in my classroom with my special education teacher, case manager, right? So thinking about how now can we serve those needs in a different way. And that is an area of continued growth and expansion around how we think about how we serve students, mindset, how we can be creative, and there are constraints that are real. There are things that are real that school teams struggle with. And so I don't want to dismiss any of those things, but at the same time, then it's like, how do we do this? Yes. Okay. All righty, go ahead. We've talked about this a lot. This is just like a little hodgepodge with the different services. And so co-teaching, different related services, whatnot, you can keep going there.
Before we get on the quick section on the previous Dallas district placement.
So
Academy Schools, that's the one that's in Urban, right? Nice and convenient. The other thing I know, so I assume we're very careful. There's some of these non-public agencies that have gotten in trouble by not serving us well. So I'm assuming we're monitoring pretty closely once we send a student out there to make sure that.
Yes, I meet with the program, and we have included additional language in all of our contracts around reporting to us and progress monitoring, data collection. We've started to include attendance information, like you need to let us know when the student's been absent 3 days plus, so that we can also make sure that students are doing that. So we address that through our contract language, and I get the joy of meeting with them. These are just our current numbers overall. And currently we have in the entire district, I thought I put the bottom number, we're at like 370-ish, if I can't remember off the top of my head. And then those are our numbers at each different school. We had students that were less than 10. I just didn't include this one number there. Funding is a really hot topic of how we support students. And so our CFO supported, really looking at like the basic education costs versus the special education funding. Predominantly is more money. We're very underfunded, even with additional like safety net, which I'll talk about in a second. Even with doing Medicaid billing, it's still, we still have a lot of funding needs to support students, and really looking at staffing and contracts and students with bigger needs who might have 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 adult support. This is just the new information around the state funding model. Very exciting. The cap went up, and that now we're serving students up until 22. It used to be June of their 21st birthday year. So now we look at how we're serving students up until they're turning 22.
So that 25% number, that's a new one. So that's new in law. That sounds like a cap to me. Tell me what's not a cap.
I think it is a cap. It is, yes. That was our.
So we just they say they removed the cap, but they haven't really removed the cap.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I think they just moved the cap.
Sounds like it.
Cause the cap used to be around like the 16th,
Yeah, yeah,
that,
yeah.
and so it's just really just shifting it into
Okay.
another area.
Okay.
So when they talk about removal of the cap, they're talking about a different,
Yeah, I know.
the one that we mostly talk about. Safety net funding is a support for high needs individuals, so any IEP that has significant cost to it, so any students in a non-public agency in an out-of-district contract, students who have one-to-one adult support, students have 2-to-1 adult support, students with significant assistive technology needs, we can apply for safety net. I am excited though, one of the things about safety net, I think it's on the next slide, is the threshold has gone back down. I've continued to give my feedback to OSPI around this threshold continuing to creep up $1,000 or $2,000 every year. And that did shift back down, so we're excited about that. So this is just from when I joined the district over the last couple of years. This is our reimbursement amount. And I really want to be clear that when we're talking about safety net reimbursement, this isn't just money we're getting back from the district. It's not money that now we can just spend. It's money we have already spent and overspent in other areas. And so it's just, replenishing that. And so just making sure that that's clear there. And when we talk about the threshold, we're really looking at an IEP that exceeds that. So when we submit an IEP for safety net, going into this year, we'll be doing our submissions, and any IEP that costs over $38,252, we can submit. We don't get anything under that $38,252. We just get what's over it, so long as that we meet the criteria. And so there's a lot of work that goes into that, but it pays off. This is just our numbers, how many teachers, support staff, educational therapists that we have in the district. And then just other expenditures, students with assistive technology needs, specific curriculums, stipends, staffing, supplies for classrooms, and whatnot. And I think that might be the last slide.
Just really quickly want to highlight real quick on the safety net piece. I know that was something that we were not fully taking advantage of prior to you coming in. So I just want to also share some appreciation for your digging in and making sure that we get what we're supposed to be awarded.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also curious about the budgeting piece. When we budget for special education services, how do we factor in the potential safety net, or do we not because it's so?
It's tricky.
Yeah.
And so I will say we do the best we can based on what we know of our current students. But what we also know that at any moment in time, a student can move into the district with significant needs. A student can have needs that change. It's not atypical that we have a student who starts to experience some significant struggles. And so really looking at okay, now how are we going to respond? And so those are times where the school teams might be coming together and doing additional evaluation. And that really is something that we can start to see indicators of it coming, but that's only if the student is here and we know them. We have students that move in with pretty significant needs. Another area is, students who have not been formally educated, who are new to the country, and we have to do quick work to try and get them support initially, and they might have some pretty high needs. So there's those things that are unexpected that we can't plan for, but we also know that it's gonna come. So.
And we're also conservative.
Yes.
Because we don't always know how much
Which
money.
I appreciate about that.
Yes. All right. So then the rest of the slides really just pulling some data and looking at how where we're at as a district, and some of them show comparison with the state. And what our data is really telling us is that students with specific learning disability, that is the most common category. It's also the category that we are disproportionate for students who are Hispanic. And it's the category that is gonna change in the future. So, by 2028, we're gonna have to, have some additional systems in place to ensure that we are, proving that, with direct evidence, the instruction that's provided, and that looking at it from a response to intervention perspective. And so that's an area when we're thinking about like a student has identified needs, but they might not have a medical diagnosis or another need identified. That is the category. So it's common if you look at us with the state, that's typical. But at the same time, it's also an area that we really want to dive in and focus on, and really looking at like the, how we're doing in the core to serve students overall.
So this is the area where you have dyslexia, dysgraphia, all those.
Yeah. So this is looking at our multilingual students and students with disabilities. And again, looking at that specific learning disability as our highest area, students especially who are multilingual learners. And so really looking again at language acquisition, is it a language need or a learning need, and thinking about that. So that's an area that the teams are really looking at and diving into.
Sorry. Is there ever in that conversation where you test them in their native language and then you help use that as a determining factor?
Yeah, so we can test in their native language, and that's a really difficult one because we also have students whose native languages are, so then we have an interpreter who's also supporting the assessment process. And that can, create some complexities there. And then we also look at students, like a pretty standard thing that is looking at like peer to peer, or students in their native language. So a lot of interviews with families, do you see these things at home as well? Is this something that, and then looking at that. But again, it's an imperfect system, because we also know that you might have two peers who are maybe Spanish speaking, who have been speaking, looking at this, being a multilingual learner in 5 years, say, and might be in very different places. And so it's.
So I'm just gonna take the last opportunity to try. If we tested our kindergartners in their native language as much as we can, I know that's not possible with as many languages as are here in our district, would that cut back on some of the potential referrals that we're getting because they turn out to be language-based referrals?
I think it could on some, but I think that if we were to look at our top language of Spanish, thinking about what that is and what that would look like, I think yes. And I also think that we also need to consider the factors of set testing. What does that do? I mean, there's just all of the different layers. But at the same time, if we were to do that and be able to do that, that would give us a lot more information than we
could give you all a hard time and just public comment every once in a while. Have we started testing in Spanish yet?
We do a dual language.
I know.
I know. Conversation.
I did one. Continue.
Yeah. And so looking at our students with disabilities and federal race categories, really looking again, highlighting again our area of disproportionality, a specific learning disability, and then really thinking about the other areas and just thinking about what are our culturally responsive practices, how are we supporting students from a multi-tiered intervention system and universal design for learning. And that's really what almost all of these slides will tell us. As I looked at the data and looked at where our students at, it's really looking at, what are the core supports, what are the pre-referral, what are the supports for students with access and the general education. Really looking at, especially when we look at least restrictive environment, that's how much time students spend in a special education setting versus a gen ed setting, some of those things. Interestingly, when students go from elementary in our district to secondary, we have a significant shift in higher time in the gen ed setting. So that's something that is an interesting point that we're going to dive into a lot more as well.
I guess the other thing is, somebody just proportionality to the segregated by school, so for example.
We have all that, I
Yeah,
didn't do that for the purposes of this, I felt like this was
That's fine.
already a lot.
Yeah, just.
The school teams will do.
Maybe proportionality is more school than not in those schools, why,
Yeah,
okay, great.
Yeah. Yeah, I just spoke about this, like grade level data, it was interesting to see that. And then more just around like students, and their ML status and what they're needing. So, really identifying like inclusive access, monitoring how we are delivering services, dual service needs, as areas of exciting work to be done. And then this is just really just information. It's imperfect. There's where our special education advisory team is going to be doing more around this. The level of response from staff and families was not as much as we hoped. So hopefully we get more. But what we heard from staff is just need for communication and collaboration, professional learning, time, capacity support. And then leadership and feedback. That was what we heard from staff as areas of things are going well in some places and things aren't going well and we want to see more. And then family, we only had one response and so I didn't include that there. And what I learned from that is we have a lot of work to do around engagement with families and reaching out and learning more about what they're doing.
So we had one in public comment.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah. Curious about that. So I know that, one of our goals was around, family engagement in conferences. And we had a really high attendance rate. Is that true with families whose scholars are getting special education services? And then maybe is there an opportunity to increase or have that be an opportunity to solicit feedback about the program?
Absolutely, and that was an area that the team identified as an opportunity to have, give us feedback as you're coming in for conferences. As far as whether or not families are engaging at a level, I don't actually know, and that's not something that we tracked. However, I think it's possible it could be more limited because of the fact that families also go to an annual IEP meeting. But what I'm really reinforcing with our teams and really trying to drive home is that an IEP meeting is not a family conference. We're talking about the IEP and then the family conference needs to come later. So I sit in a lot of IEP meetings and it turns into a family conference versus focused on. So we're really working with our special education team to stay focused. So these are our priorities and we're excited to continue to dive in. And I put an acronym thing at the very end. Here's a lot.
This was so thorough and informative. Thank you so much for putting all this together. And I know that there's always more work to do.
Always.
And again, I want to just highlight the amazing work that you have done since you got here, not just with the safety net, the money piece, right, which has been a significant help, but also just really putting a lot of the systems in place to really bring some cohesion across the district.
We're working on it. And, and I also just fully acknowledge it's imperfect and we still have a lot of work to do. Our teachers, our educators, our leaders, our paraprofessionals are working hard. Our families and students have big needs. And that is, it's a lot. So I just want to celebrate them, celebrate their work and just know and acknowledge that it's really hard. But we're working on it.
Student focused funding system.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a mention.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good evening to the board, and I'd like to introduce myself, Scott Litvak, Chief of Schools and Academics. Glad to be here, and my pronouns are he, him. I'd like to share with you my presentation on curriculum council product progress so far and the process we're using. So just summarizing some of the elements that are in this report, I first showed on page 1, the board procedure, which is the board 2020P, to show the scope of what we do. It's primarily studying and researching, piloting, and recommending core curriculum. But we also, with core, like for example, now I'll get to that more, but our English language arts curriculum for K-8, if we find that all the core programs we find maybe the best ones might not have enough of certain areas like the awareness, then we would also recommend the purchase of some supplemental materials that will make up the fully well-rounded science-based reading program. Leading the process, myself and Theron Hayes, as he was mentioned earlier, is structural technology specialist, but he's also a fantastic leader and colleague in professional development and developing the curriculum too. Membership as laid out in policy and also in the teacher's contract. 13 members at the top of the second page shows what those members' specific member titles are stated. And so those are the ones we have. We see every school is represented by at least one rep. We have 2 positions available that are not yet filled. We continue to try to recruit them to round out the process. We'd still like to get 1 special education teacher and 1 elementary ESP paraeducator. So working on that. Our meetings are the first Monday of every month. It's been that way for at least a couple of years. And it's just by the contract, it's at least 1 hour. We could go 2 hours a month, but those are paid extra hours. And again, the committee meets specifically to work on our flow of what the development of the curriculum are, and also sometimes they get little homework assignments in between meetings, because it's a long time to go between meetings. The timeline for the material selection process, basically it's from now going forward, it's going to be about 1.5 years more before it's done. And we at first had thought we could try to do it in a year, because our teachers are very eager to have what they would feel like a better, more comprehensive English language arts ELA curriculum. So so I spelled out some examples of why we have decided to expand it. One biggie is that the state is rolling out new ELA standards, learning standards. They may not come out till near winter break or even afterwards, and that would be too late to try to research publications according to that rubric, and then hurry to buy materials for piloting and pilot quickly and recommending to the board. So we just thought, and a number of members of the curriculum council mentioned that they have participated in curriculum development in the past. It did go faster, and they felt unsatisfied with the product they got because they felt it was just too rushed. I mean, this is a biggie. This is going to be probably over $500,000. So if we're spending $500,000 of taxpayer dollars, we're going to do it the right pacing and get it right and make sure we know what we're recommending is really the best thing we could get for our kids. And also the earliest availability for the dollars for this would be October 26th, maybe slightly after. So we do have some dollars now that are paying the extra hours for staff to work on these things. And if some materials we select are some publishers do charge you something to even get their materials for piloting, and some just give it to you for free. So we have a little bit of cushion there that we can make sure we can afford the materials if we need that with our top 3 selected publishers for the K-5 and 3 for K-8. We would hope it'd be the dream world that we'd have 1 publisher that was the best for K-8, so it's a steady flow, but we want the best publisher for each grade, and if that's not the same publisher, we're okay with that. Let's see. So I know I had a couple folks from our TEA had mentioned and sent me a sample of a slide deck that they had used, I'm not sure how many years ago, for Spanish language materials, and specifically for 612. So they're wondering, since that was done in a year, they wonder if this could be done, and then for the same reason, just don't want teachers to go much longer without having really high quality and comprehensive materials. But that was just such a different scope. It was only 4 or 5 teachers total and just 1 specific content area. And there weren't that many publishers that had materials. So the review process was pretty quick. Maybe had 3 or 4 that were recommended by the state. so the teachers could move that more quickly. This is just it takes longer because it's more comprehensive. It will impact every teacher at K5 and the ELA specific teachers at 6 to 8.
That's a question about the publisher piece, so, obviously, I don't, never looked at the public school curriculum really, so I don't really have any stake in it. I think I'm curious about, I guess, what are the factors that different publishers bring? Because I guess, for me, I would think about it, it's the voice, right, that the curriculum is kind of written in, the lens through which it's developed, and wouldn't, like in particular for picking a publisher based on, for instance, its equity lens, right? Because it really brings in diverse perspectives, it brings diverse genders, diverse races into its curriculum. Wouldn't we want to see that consistency throughout? And where might some of the downsides be of having different curriculum publishers for different groups?
Yes, thank you. And one thing at the last meeting for Curriculum Council, we did start developing rubric, but also non-negotiables for materials. And I did the same process in other districts several years ago in out of state, and for the exact same size of district as we have, and we did find that there was surprisingly quite a range of what we would consider contenders for job publications. So we're looking at, does it focus on the science of reading, the balanced reading program, all the way from phonics, continuous awareness, word study, and not just pure read a book, and does it differentiate? So that's part of a UDL, Universal Design for Learning. Does it help teachers give you something that shows, here's the lesson, here's the content, but also what is not only the content standard, but what is the learning standard for the language development? We know that's a huge issue here, so we want both. And we want some given scaffolds for the teachers so they don't have to invent every way they adapt every material. Should the materials we want them to also show, here's how you might adapt this for a new language learner who maybe is at level 1. Here's what you might do for someone who maybe has dyslexia, how you can adapt this. So if we were looking for what's already given, so teachers aren't inventing all that themselves.
So the same publisher wouldn't have those building blocks already in them, or at least some of them?
And the state has published, and we kind of have to go off pick something from their list. There's like 15 or 20 publishers, and they have identified, I would say, the same things we're looking for in Pequea, and include one of is representation of a diverse community in every way of diversity. So, and they rate them on each of these indicators. And so when we review the publishers, we get these links to click on their, go through some of the materials online, and we see the ratings they got from the state committee that reviewed them, and they only publish the ones they think are actually worth considering.
Sure. I guess my question is though, well, never mind. It actually doesn't. Just repeat it. First one here again. I guess why leave it open to go with different publishers? If like why would a curriculum published by one person for K1 be the right one, but and then the curriculum published by the same publisher for K8 be not the right one?
I can say in the previous district, we were surprised. We were also trying to find one publisher for the whole range. We found that the one that the committee was adamant was absolutely best for K5. That publishing company didn't even produce something 6-8. So they had to say, okay, do we go to our second favorite because they do publishing?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes total sense.
That's one of the few reasons you wouldn't go for the same publisher.
I find the same thing in my field. There are curriculum and commentary from publishing houses that might be really well in this area and not in this area. So the high school curriculum from publishing house A would be outstanding for high school, horrible at K through whatever. So a lot of times you do have to mismatch because they're not universally excellent.
Like one example is when we did a curriculum adoption, when I first started out as a principal, we found that the curriculum was great for all of, like you talked about, for writing, for developing, comprehension, for developing shared reading activities, but what it suffered was in phonics.
Yes.
And so they brought supplemental materials for K1 for phonics. So those are examples of that, where you might find that something is, and you might find maybe you might find a company that does a K-8 adoption, but it doesn't have representation, or it's not culture responsive. So we want to make sure that we're getting the best of all the things that we want, right?
But I think there's a very good chance we'll find very good materials we want to pilot that do, same publisher does K-8. So I feel hopeful. I've seen some quick, when I've gone through quick reviews so far, some are looking good. We want to be focused on best for development appropriate for age and access to enter the instruction. And that is the highest priority.
Yeah,
Ideally,
obviously, we want the best curriculum, right? And, I think I was just curious, trying to understand what.
Yeah, that's a great
that was
question. And you would think they would, the designers of a curriculum that is K-5, they would use that, those same good criteria to develop 6-8.
Yeah.
And we're hopeful for that. But we've just begun our process of looking at materials, so. So on page 3 on the presentation, it shows our timeline, each the main things we're going to accomplish in each period of time over the next year and a half. So now through winter, we are finalizing our pilot model. We've got that done. Basically, the model is such that every school will have at least 2 teachers piloting the same publisher. So for example, maybe school like CD might have publisher A, maybe that's a kindergarten and 3rd. Maybe publisher B, that might be 1st grade and 4th. So somehow we need at least 2 people per school that are giving input. We're also going to have opportunities where materials are laid out. We already confirmed with Principal Noor that we're going to use the classrooms there, that one of the few classrooms that are open, and have materials displayed, and so we arrange some times for community members or parents or others can come and look. And because we don't want this to be too limited, we want as many people to have eyes on, and a chance for comment cards that will help answer some questions for folks. So that is that's what we're doing for now. And so spring is when we will confirm our top 3 publishers for K-8. Summer, and we're again going on assumption of some monies for pilot. I think CFO did set aside some monies for pilot materials. So that's when we would provide the sessions to distribute the materials and provide the training for the teachers in this coming summer. Fall, they would actually begin the piloting process, and that would give us enough time. We want the full fall to be able to do the process. For example, middle school, since they only have 5 total ELA teachers, Principal Rieger has worked with their staff and the 5 ELA teachers, and they said they all want in. So we thought we want to have this possible where in a school you might have some teachers who go for it, but maybe some teachers are brand new. So I'm not ready to be judging curriculum. I just started my career. So we're not expecting everybody to be involved in some kind of pilot. So we have a cycle. So about a month, every teacher will be on a certain publisher, publisher A, for the next month, publisher B, next month, publisher C. So within fall, middle school teachers will have sampled all the publishers. Elementary would be just certain teachers for like a 2 or 3 month period for the same publisher. It's kind of good to see the scope, because maybe some materials start off really great, and as you go along, it's, you might not be quite as fond of what you see later. In winter of 27, so that's when we get the input from the pilot teachers, identify the recommended materials, and put together what we would say based on our rubric criteria discussions, what we see as the recommended materials to present to Dr. Pedrosa. And if that's approved, then we're ready to go to the board in spring. As soon as that's approved, then we would be ordering materials. I did learn previously that when you order materials like by April, they come in a month. If you order in May, you might take 2 or 3 months, because all the districts are trying to order. So I want to get ahead of the wave. So we're timing this to order enough time to be ahead of the match. We want materials to be here, ideally before summer break begins. So all teachers who just are interested can maybe take some materials home and begin, if you're just curious, you want to start digging into what you'll be using. Because by fall, the expectation would be that everybody teaches the LA would be using those materials, and we will be collecting all the old materials. Now they're keeping things like the leveled libraries, because those are great no matter what publisher you use. And manipulators, those are too expensive to replace. Why would we get rid of those? So we're keeping those, and then but just the units of study that's been the current thing they've been using, those materials will go away. We don't want to blend it, because that would water down the effectiveness of whatever we adopt. And so that is the end of our process. And of course, the professional development, we build it in summers and throughout with pilot teachers. That's going to be crucial. So teachers feel like they are piloting in a way that gives us the best information to make good decisions.
Couple questions.
Sure.
So the first one is, so we don't have a reading curriculum right now for our K through 8, correct?
We do, and I think teachers would say it's called units of study. And with most teachers, when you ask, they would say it has some elements that are good, but it's missing a lot. Like I think it has pretty much no phonics.
Okay, perfect. So we're going, that's our target of the curriculum council now, correct? So what's our target next year? So what's our next curriculum after this one? Kind of what the future is, looking forward to it. So I'd like to ask that. And then also, I'd like to know if there's been any curriculum adopted by the school district without coming through the board recently, because I've never had anything come in front. I don't know if anybody else has had it go here. So it has. Okay, so I'm just curious about how, because at this, I feel like I'm glad we're doing this. Definitely. I feel like we're kind of behind the ball because this should all come up before the board, right?
For the other materials, yes.
And going forward, this is all going to go up before the board.
Yeah,
this, nothing
would
be
our
adopted
standard from now on. Yes.
Correct. And so I'm just making sure that we just kind of follow our guidelines that's down here. So what is our next pending curriculum then after this?
Our plan then, the next one would be, we did kind of informal study of teachers asked and to look when's the last time anything was adopted, how old, and for some materials, their teachers more hindered by age of material. So some curriculum maybe it isn't as hindered. So what we're seeing is next is middle school math, and after that elementary science. Right now, I think elementary science is just, I think
it doesn't exist. There is not a curriculum for elementary science.
It's a website called Mystery Science.
Which I guess I'm curious, why do we not want to adopt a curriculum when we don't have one? So why English before science?
I think there's so much based on just student assessment data, teachers, what they're experiencing. Some of our kids are really needing reading standards, but also language standards. Teachers, the most feedback we got was that was the most pressing, and there's so much benefit to having good ELA materials that will help kids develop the read fluency so they will do better in other areas, because you got to be able to read to even access your math. So that's why that one came out as the top.
Is it normal to just do time? Is there only so many people that want to sign up for the council that didn't do it, that you can't have more curriculums being looked at other than just one?
There's a couple of reasons. Great question. We put out a request to all teachers and ESPs that who would like to, we just had a few weeks and we built promotional, and everybody who applied is on. So nobody got a no. So there's not, there are dozens of teachers dying to be piloting or to be on the council.
You said there's not dozens?
No, there's nobody who wanted on who didn't get on.
Well, I think from an adoption standpoint, we probably wouldn't be able to do full time just because of the cost of even buying a new curriculum.
But if we're talking about some of those, the pilot is either free or at a discounted rate for those that are going to pilot it, right? That's there. Yes, adopting one. I'm just thinking as far as, okay, wait.
Like, why not pilot different types of curriculum?
So is our partners, our teachers and stuff, is this not part of kind of our bargaining or in their contract that they have to be a part of this? No.
Yeah, it's invitational. So it will be some
that seems counterintuitive, quite honestly. I mean, so there's no, so it's kind of from, are they getting paid for it? For this 1 hour?
Yes.
Okay.
And if they're doing other projects along the way that is endorsed by the council, that's specific to, maybe some people already are saying, I'm, someone who has like a master's degree, they really want to dig in, they've been researching, rating different materials, so they get a few extra hours. So we're going to be able to allocate a few extra hours. And for pilot teachers, that's beyond. I mean, some of our teachers in curriculum council probably will be piloting, but most of our pilot teachers aren't going to be currently on the council, because there's a lot more teachers piloting than there are members of the council. So there'll be some extra time paid specifically to study the new materials and plan lessons and do some assessment and some journaling about what they're noticing, strengths, what's missing, concerns. So that will give some, pay, some compensation for the extra work it takes to do the steps of a pilot teacher. And so another thing I said about why don't we do more curriculum materials at the same time? You're looking at the curriculum department. 1%. At their end is great to assist, but he's really IT and he gets a lot of directions there. So it just is human power. There's
And you have a whole other job too, not
Yes.
just like beyond that curriculum.
yeah, in the previous district I had, my job was only curriculum and I had 2 full-time coaches. It still took us like 7 months to do the process. So it's way bigger than it seems like at the surface.
No, I think it's pretty big, for sure, and I'm glad that we're gonna lean in and tackle this, here, and I'm looking forward to what the board does in the future of seeing the presentations, and then also what curriculum is, as my partner here was saying, what's next and why is it important, of it there. And then I'm hoping that, next time we're at a bargain or something that we're talking to our partners, that this would be more buy-in on their end, and that it may make it less difficult to get people to come in and.
I'll just add 2 things on that,
Yeah.
just for the record. One is, on March 26, 2024, I'm putting this on the record. We did have a memo for approval for the math adoption. So I just wanted to put that
Let's
on
keep
record.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the date for the science. I think it was the same 2023.
Yeah, maybe
school
June,
year.
yeah.
It was just middle school science though.
Yeah.
We did the same thing, but I will get that for you. The other reason is we have a lot of requirements for our teachers to be on committees. And so Scott's actually developing that whole committee list of all the teachers, because that was a request you had about who's on what. So he's creating that list. So some of the required committees due to the CBA is, we only have 380 staff, right? And so not all of them are teachers, that would be custodians, everybody. So some of the, curriculum councils are required, ML advisory is required, special education is required, safety teams required, care teams required, hope team, right? So there's all of these required, I'm sure I'm missing something. But I think, and these are choice, and we pay for them to be part of them. So there's money to be paid for extra time for some of these committees. They're in the bargaining agreement. And I think it's just sort of thinking about when you think of one school, right, and all those 5 committees, right, they have their own school committees, and then they have these district committees. So I just think it's about not the will, I think it's more about the time and also where they want to put their energy in, right?
And a few kind of follow-up questions around that. So those are committees that the district was required to have.
Yes.
Based on the CBA. There's no requirement that staff participate in those committees, right? So what happens if a required committee gets no volunteers to participate in it? Are we then in violation of our CBA? So that's just food for thought.
Yeah.
And then I'm curious about, are we seeing that, well, often what happens, right, in positions like that where folks volunteer, you see the same core group of people, right, that are all because they want to be invested in the larger work of the district. They're really passionate about these things, right? And so I guess and I know we always have to prioritize different things, right, when we're in bargaining, but what would it look like to really advocate that there is some requirement for some participation on any committee during their tenure in the district? So it is both a requirement that the district has these committees, but there also is an expectation that the teacher participate in those committees. It doesn't have to be all of them. It doesn't maybe even have to be every year, but every other year you're participating in a committee in service of the larger district.
That's a potential topic.
Things to think about.
Well, we're in bargaining coming up this spring,
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah.
a conversation that can be had.
Just again, I think it's an interesting thing to require us to do something. But then again, what if like there's no one to participate? And so then what happens to that committee? And then what does that mean for us in violation of our CBA?
Well, an example of that curriculum council, that there's only a couple people who were general classroom teachers. We have specialists who, but that's all that I would really like to see more general classroom teachers. They're the main ones who be using these materials. But that's why I want to really put them in a pilot. So principals and our committee, council are working hard to talk up being involved in the pilot. And they're putting things on a Google Doc. I have to, when they get a yes, they put the names in. So we're getting close to having a, now for some schools, it's possible, let's say if I'm at school ABC and maybe my kindergarten teachers, the team of 3, maybe they're all brand new, or one of them says, I just can't take on one more project. We've already had 5 committees. So they might not have anybody at that grade, but they may, I would say, ask them, try to get 2 at another grade. So you still have 6 teachers per school participating. But one school, the 5th grade teacher told me they all 3 want to do it because they all want to stay consistent. They worked hard to have consistent operations for their kids. I said, yes, that's fine. Love all 3. So we made, this is the 6 per school is what I'm saying would be the minimum. Below that, you're not really getting representative voice. We might have more. I'm hoping we get more.
And then just the other thing that I guess I hoped that would be included in this was kind of what Director Simpson was speaking to. So what I'd love, my guess is you probably have this somewhere, but like, what is a list of all the curriculums that we are using in our district? What are they? When were they adopted? And when is the projected date for review?
So that's exactly what I asked for in the session, and he says he's producing it, but it's not here now.
Okay.
We'll pull that together.
I've seen that over the years, inconsistent, but it's critical document, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, as you stand, the district should have that clear and posted on the website. So
Just like the capital projects, right? We don't want to make decisions about where our money is going to go. If we have a social studies curriculum that's been sitting on the shelf for the last 20 years, that is probably very out of date, right? So we need to see the full scope of where everything is at, so then we can actually make strategic decisions that are in the best interest. And maybe it is one that's been sitting on the shelf for 20 years and it's okay. But we don't know that, right? So. Yeah.
Yep, so on that, when can the board see that put together? When is reasonable to have that presented before the board?
The curriculum adoption information?
Correct, what currently we're
That's-
using.
When do you think so?
it'd be a push to get it in enough time for the next meeting.
No, okay, when is it, when could you do it?
January.
Great.
Okay, so the January board meeting, we're gonna have a curriculum, and I don't remember if that was when we were gonna have the curriculum council as well. If we can pair those, cool. If not, then it can just be a questions only doc that comes up.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing this.
I love this stuff.
I'm kicking rocks sometimes. We've been wanting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we're almost done. Show us the money again.
All right, so we are now to our questions only portion of the agenda. So begin with our 2025-26 financial forecast. What additional questions do folks have? As a reminder, the board has the opportunity to provide written questions and get written responses to these items in the questions only presentation. Yep. So there's just anything additional that needs to be.
I guess my only question is how conservative are these numbers? When you went to do it with seats, students and seats, et cetera.
So Amy Fleming, CFO. So the October projection includes October numbers. You know, September is always light because we're trying to close the books during the month of both September and most of October. So we've been monitoring enrollment. So as you would see in the September financial report, we had budgeted 2,588 average annual FTE. And that number is coming in lower. So as of November, that number is about 2,533. So we're about, 50 kids down? And so I took that information, we ran our revenue projections through the system. And that's what gave us some of those updated numbers as we're moving forward. And then we'll continue to monitor and look at what those numbers will be looking like and make those projections accordingly. So
Yeah, what I've been doing is the September enrollment numbers, you don't really pay much attention.
Yeah, I
October
don't pay attention to
matter.
September, but I do
Yeah.
start paying attention, especially in November. And so obviously Tukwila is a little bit different than most school districts. Most school districts, you start high and you low by the end of the year. We're a little bit different. We start low and we tend to creep up and then kind of flatten out a little bit. And so that's what we're doing, but we're still under that projection quite a bit. So
And we have to be careful this year because, you know, a lot of our enrollments in recent, for a number of years have been tied to immigration.
Right.
Which has been shut down now, so we have to be a little conservative.
well, and what happened as well is we were a little bit surprised. So Tukwila had a pretty big drop in their enrollment, and we were trying to figure out why. Come to find out, one of the apartment complexes where a number of families were residing is undergoing a renovation, or at least portions of the building are undergoing renovation. So a number of families have moved out and out of district. And they've informed the principal that the likelihood of them coming back are low because they're also going to raise those rent prices. So that was a little bit of an aha because Tukwila has been very consistent with their numbers over time. And so that was a little bit of a shock to us when we saw that drop. So, yeah.
At least there's an explanation.
There is an explanation, but it's just something for the future to just kind of look at a little bit more closely as we're trying to predict those numbers.
Anything else on this one?
Yeah, just one more. Can you help me with, 6, on page 6 there, just looking at, our forecast and our actual, it seems like we're hitting our budget. Are these the miss because of the funds coming in April, you know,
Yeah, so part of the reason why the numbers look so high is because in October, we received property tax.
property tax, the same as.
Yeah, so
Okay.
obviously the big chunk of that comes in October and again in April. And so that's why these numbers are looking very high right now.
And you just peanut buttered them all the way across?
Yeah, it's just the way the spreadsheet works.
Okay.
And I don't have access, this came from the Chief Sound USD, so I don't really have access to manipulate this
Gotcha.
component of the spreadsheet, it's kind of locked, so.
Yep, okay.
No.
Next document?
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure. And so we're on track with 2% over fund balance this year. Is that right? And then next year's projection is,
So right now, this year's production is probably close to 4%, I'm thinking. And then if, when we get ready, we can look at the August financials, pretty quickly, just so I can let you guys know how we ended the year, so.
super. Thank you.
If you're finished with this one.
And with that kind of a forecast, even though we want to get to 6%, 4% is more than points for what the state requires. Is there some moment of truth when they pronounce us not in binding conditions, or?
Yeah, we anticipate that they're going to exit us out of binding conditions. We actually have a meeting with them next week. And so we'll have more information as a result of that meeting.
So more likely Q1?
More likely, yeah, Q1, you know, they're obviously going to ask a lot of questions about our enrollment and what we're doing with that, what we're monitoring. So, you know, I guess for us, it was a little bit of a surprise, but there were a number of districts that actually, I don't think, planned accordingly, and they had some pretty significant enrollment drops this year. So, I think there's gonna be more districts that are gonna need some financial hurts as a result.
Yeah.
And we should open up a nonprofit wing of our district called Tukwila Consulting. So that you obviously can go do your thing that you're already doing for free. And we get some cash for it. Just kidding, kind of.
Seriously though, as a director, I've gotten calls from people I know that work in other districts. And, yeah.
We get them too. We get the calls too.
The sentiment has changed when we were
That's right.
the whipping boy.
We went from the goat to the goat.
Through it.
No.
It's kind of interesting, the state case forecast for number of enrollment statewide for the next year or so is actually going down, which is going to be one of the things I'm arguing, or several people are arguing is, okay, state, you're going to have put less money in education because of the enrollment. Why don't you not do that? Why don't you just keep that, number that you were and give it to us in an equitable fashion? And so, I don't know, we'll see how that plays, but it's an idea.
All right, next is the monthly financial statements for August and September. Additional questions on these?
Other than thank you for doing it, thanks for getting it out and keeping it so it's real in front and constant.
Thank you.
No, it's a lot of work, but this is super important.
Thank you. All right, next is the accountability and student achievement goals per policy 2004. Any additional questions on this one? Charles and George.
Yep, I'm in charge in a minute. We'll get through this yet. Is there any questions?
Other than are you gonna color code the whole?
Yes, I did. Thank you for calling out. That was a little embarrassing. I only did one page and I did not finish all it. So the new one that I shared with Ms. Ginkler, and I think you might already have copies of that. If not, we can get that for you.
Yeah.
It's all the way through.
Okay.
And so they basically, so you'll see just, we'll sneak preview. The color coding I've done is orange would be, I have 4 criteria.
Right.
Dropped or decreased and did not meet the goal. No change and did not meet the goal.
Right.
Increased, improved, but did not meet the goal, and then met or exceeded.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all of them are indicated that way, and as you know, the last page, let's see, starting with page 5 and page 6, does a SWOT analysis, which I do often for my reports, and showing where we did exceed, we're calling out numbers of goals that were exceeded or met, and where growth was made, but not quite at the goal yet. And then weaknesses showing where we did not, and groups that we were targeting, and opportunities. Just showing where I really strongly believe that once we have a really strong, comprehensive ELA program, we're going to see a big jump in language achievement of students.
So it's just gonna comment. It's for me. Good.
So I love this format, and the color coding makes it really easy to read, and when we need superintendent evaluation, really easy to digest.
Thank you. There's no questions? Perfect.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
If we can please move on to the next one, our winterization. Question only, presentation. Back over to the Prince.
All right, predict for me, Liliana. Nothing's gonna burst. I believe it.
Actually, I went to the emergency management in Renton, I believe, and they predicted that we have a weakening anemia for this next season, what means that we will have a little higher than normal, but not as bigger as we had before. So that means not too much snow, mostly rain, but we'll see. Yeah.
All right, any additional questions?
Yeah, I don't believe any of them.
Yeah.
Are we prepared? Are we prepared for?
Yeah, I think I agree because
I don't believe it.
we really count on your department to make sure that we're not having, and preventing, of course, as best we can, anything so that we're not, the insurance costs are going up, the just whatever you're seeing out there that takes, or if you're hearing from other people that are using tactics out there, we want to know about them to make sure that we don't have another disaster of a pipe breaking or something that could have been, prevented. We're really counting on your team to come through this year and bring us through this winter.
So that wasn't the question. You feel confident being prepared for this winter?
I am.
After what we learned in the past.
Yes, we had a winter session this year. We'll have the confidence test going on during the winter break. So I believe that we are in good shape.
Thank you.
And I assume as part of your process, you'll be monitoring it, because it's important to keep track, when this far in advance, we don't know, but a few days in advance, we usually know if a hard freeze is coming. And then,
Yes.
make sure that everything is opened up.
Yeah, I received the national weather forecast, the same as the Susie County from the transportation. So we do communicate a lot on what's going to happen too as well. And then as we're having some information about any ice storms or weather, snow, such, then we are talking and I'm having my team ready for that. We actually this year we had purchased a de-icer that it will be put into the back of the truck, so we can do that and save some money from the school district as well. We are just going to be contracting snow plowers for this time, but yeah, I think that we are ready. Created a plan, had a meeting with the whole team, the beginning of the school year, so.
When we contract with snowplow what versus like what the city? Is it like just snowplow like that parking lot?
Yes, right, parking lots. Yes, parking lots. We take care of our sidewalks.
Okay.
And if we have icing, we just put the ice, we just purchased our big amount of the icer. Right now we got it in stock, so yes, be ready. And and then when we contracted with the company just to snow this time, when this gets 2 inches or so of snow.
Is there any coordination with the city? Because I know when the city comes through with their plows,
Yeah,
they just dump it all on the sidewalks.
They do.
And so,
Yeah, they have been very nice with us too. They also have helped us last year. They have helped us with the de-icing in our parking lot. So they would come and they would just drive into the parking lots and start de-icing now, especially at Foster and Showalter. I'm seeing them.
Well, I know that things are beyond any one person's control, but I appreciate your extra attention to this, and yeah, thank you. Anything else?
No, great job.
All right, stay there though, because we're talking about capital projects and prioritization. And we got some thoughts on this? No?
No, I don't think.
Okay. Any additional questions here?
Presentation was good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Just thank you for putting it together. I know there's something that we've been asking for and thinking about a lot, so really helpful. Thank you for.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I guess I do that. So yeah, exactly. Get ready to stay here. You had a sandwich. All right. 14,796, right? And deferred. In deferred, right? So, what things we have here? How are we? What's our plan? Like as far as budgetary wise, what's our plan to address some of these and then I see that, I think this is the order that's being presented here.
Yeah, so what we have to do is we have to look at the priorities. And then sometimes emergencies come to light or things happen that we weren't expecting. And so sometimes we have our priorities, but then things have to get shifted. I think Foster is a really good example with the mold remediation work that's been taking place at the library.
Right.
And so obviously much higher priority than maybe some of the other things on our list. So some of those other things then get moved down. Our funds obviously in the capital projects, so we can only go so far. We rely on the capital levy for the voters. And so the fund balance is strong, it's healthy. And so we're going to, obviously go through this list, make sure that we can get things accomplished, and also making sure that we're paying attention. Liliana's been doing a lot of work on the assessments of the buildings. And so just going through and making sure that we're analyzing, watching for maybe something else that's going to pop up on us that we might have to prioritize. So.
I guess I'm a little, it'd be nice to have maybe a little more detail on, interesting on the PAC funding. So I don't see, my understanding is there's some purchase of some sound equipment for the microphones and things like that. But there needed to really, there's electrical work still needs to be done to kind of plug it into the big speakers. Is that?
Right, so there is a complete list of work that needs to be done in the park. But when we organized the work, it was to use the bond funds.
Right.
And then we need to kind of stop. So the priorities that we had in there, so now we're using all levy donors. And those levy donors are used to do all these deferred projects. So then that's where we need to make sure what we're gonna do, if we're just gonna be using levy donors, what priority. So the priorities that we have in the past, there is they're not have come to the 10 first place. But we are thinking also about applying, trying to apply for grants to try to see if those projects can be done with different type of money. So.
And we're also analyzing what's remaining in the bond. What we have left over for the bonds. The remaining amounts to see what maybe we can accomplish for the next step in the path. And so we're not done analyzing that yet.
So I guess I'd like to just see the kind of a little bit of the detail of the PAC and which projects and as we finish that analysis and where it goes. Okay.
Just one other question. So just for example, like on the solar project, we were awarded, but it's a reimbursement basis, right? So how do we addressing or attacking?
So that's pretty easy. So it's like any other grant that we get. I mean, we have very few grants where we get the money up front. Our title grant is the same way. We have to spend the money first, then we request reimbursement. So what we do is as we're spending the money, we will then send off the reimbursement request. And so the timing of it is only a month, maybe 2 at the most. So we're still in the beginning stages, obviously, of this project. And so as costs are incurred, we'll start claiming on that grant so that we're reimbursed, so that the timing between the two is.
So it doesn't hit anything.
It's very, very common for us. I think I can think of maybe private donor type grants where we get the money up front, but almost all of our grants are reimbursement basis.
Perfect. Thank you. This is well put together.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, and then lastly, in our questions only is the overview of district committees. One question that kind of came up for me is, we've talked kind of loosely since I've been on the board about, board members participating in committees. And so I think I'm curious, like looking at this list, like what makes sense? Is it that a board member might participate in one of the existing committees, that there are other things that are created by the board? Like how does that typically work, I guess, in other places? And then would board involvement be welcomed in some of these committees if we put together some expectations around board member participation?
Great question. I think it would be based on a specific committee. So like, for example, the budget committee, I imagine that's something the board is experienced to, so it'd be a very logical spot. Things that are very specific to say some type of development, that would, I think, more like maybe observer or being, my responsibility to keep you updated what we're doing, but maybe not a deciding member.
Yeah, well, and I think a board's responsibility in any of those committees is an observer, a listener, someone to hear what's happening in those meetings and really come back and report on that, right? And so then that's also a way of minimizing how often we're expecting you all to bring us back information. So yeah, I would see it as an observer role in any of them.
And that's really one of the things we did last year. We do it again this year. Around, so we do another reach out to our board members to see who would be willing to participate in them. So we have a Foster High School is our first one, so.
Highly recommend participation by the board on that.
I think all board members did this last year. Really, people really appreciated you take time to come to school and do classroom visits. It's really welcomed.
It's something.
It didn't have a sound.
That's okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
We're back on now, very good. Let's love it music. I would encourage, the future board to think about, what it might be like to put some structures in place for committee participation, really just to, I think, really increase our awareness around things. We used to have different things in place where, like, for instance, each board member had a school that they were kind of not responsible for, but just kind of integrated as a part of, right? And we haven't done a lot of those things in the last several years, and I think there's pros and cons to that for sure. But I think it can help actually focus, like, I know it would help me probably focus on particular things rather than being trying to navigate everything all at one time.
Well, I think like there could be like, so like advisory, PTE, maybe, there's some of them for sure, racial equity.
Technology.
Technology, assistive technology, there's a couple of them,
Safety
so maybe it's a matter of letting the committees know, and then just making sure that board members know when they are. You know what I mean, and that we just make sure that no more than one board member is represented on each committee or something like that. That's might be something we could do, thinking about those committee structures. And we have to, of course, work with our union partners too, because some of these are union bargaining committees too. So we just have to make sure that we talk with them about that too.
Yeah, I guess that's something we should always do when we're going into bargaining is review all these committees that are in there and say, you know, are they still effective? Do you still need them? Can they be combined with something else?
We have those cuts too. Any additional questions on this report? Thank you so much for writing it. All right, yeah, I know this was a big agenda for you. All right, this brings us to our action item portion of the agenda. Should I get a motion to approve approval of the human resources staffing report?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is approval of the policy number 4000, public information program.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is the approval of resolution number 968, certification of the 2026 excess property tax.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or comments?
It sounds like a technical adjustment.
Yes, Amy Fleming, CFO. So yes, it is a technical adjustment. So when the budget was adopted, the debt service fund property tax levy was too high. And so when I was getting this, it was caught. And so it was, now that we have to lower it, we had to come to a resolution. They included all the funds in this resolution, just so that it doesn't create confusion to the county when you send off the signed resolution.
Okay. Doesn't affect our.
No.
Not yet.
No.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All in favor of approval?
Aye.
Next is approval to close the discussion on the sale of district property. We get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions and comments?
So this is on our pool, correct? Okay, so yeah, I have a few issues. So as far as coming up for the pool, what I'm disappointed in, as if Tuckahoe School District was not a partner through all of this. I feel kind of blindsided that it had to come down to a sale. We sat here, we re-signed a lease that was supposed to 10 years so that they get the first $5 million. And then after that, there was no discussion outside of it had to be sold. The discussion of selling the property would have never came up having not been in binding conditions to begin with, and it would need to be sold so that it would go into the funds to help us get out of that. We are out of that binding conditions at this point. So I'm a little saddened by the fact that we're hearing things like, if we sell the pool off, it's, detrimental to the kids, and we're selling the pool, then it's to our community. However, I think we're failing to look that the property there is for our community. It's for the students here that is at Foster. And so we have leases currently with the city that are 45 years, 47. Look, that was never discussed here at the table for a long-term lease. What I heard was 50 years. Could we have talked about that? Yes, possibly. That would have been on the table. The other thing is right to recapture, that part of it. Yes, right to recapture is out there. That has to be. That's because if this district grows and we need that land for Foster High School or for something else, that we could be able to build on it. Right to recapture has to be there. If we sell that, we're giving it. That's on. I'm disappointed at what I thought was a good collaboration, and I feel blindsided that the community was led to believe that it was up to us if the pool stays or not. And I think it was unfair and misinformation given out there. And so that being said, I personally am going to vote no on the sale of the property. That's my vote.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. I think feeling really similarly, honestly. So when we first began talking about pool expansion, I remember a beautiful presentation. It was the same time when the garden was presenting potential growth there. And, I in my mind, I was thinking really clearly about how do we make sure that both of these can happen, because they're both such beneficial, could be such beneficial assets to our community. But when we first started talking about the expansion, it was just that, right? A discussion about what the possibilities were for expanding the pool on the current footprint. And the expansion was not, at that time, reliant on ownership of the land. And it wasn't until our last meeting that was brought forward. And it wasn't to us, to the board. I saw you saying to the board. And it wasn't until today that I heard point blank, we cannot expand unless we own the land. So I also feel really bamboozled, and that we are now being put in a situation where we, regardless of the decision we make, are going to look like the bad guys.
Yep.
Because if we say no, now knowing what we know today, that the pool cannot expand without owning the land. If we vote no not to sell the land, then the pool has already said that they'll have to go find other land. And so now we are doing a disservice to the community members, every one of them that was here and present today, sharing why they feel like the pool is such an asset on this land. And we agree. No one on this board has ever denied the fact that we want the pool to be there. We believe in the pool as a valuable commodity to this city. But the fact that now we are going to be put in a position where we are looking like the bad guys because of the way that we have been pushed into now making a decision. It feels really, really disheartening. And again, I do feel like similarly that there's been some misinformation that was presented related to the pool. So I'm also planning to vote no unless, board members have any other thoughts on things that I either not thinking about or another way to think about it. And then I'd love those thoughts as well.
When I talk about the pool, I'm not talking about any of the way this has been handled, the way that, community members interpreted the information. And I'm just thinking about my peers. And, regardless of what the pool does, if they do go through with what they say, and if they cannot own the land, they will have to move. The swim team will have to go. The students that work there.
Not necessarily though.
Can the district pay for busing every single day? Can we afford that? I don't know. Yeah. So, and for the students that work there, that, don't have transportation, like a car, those students are not gonna have that job. It's just, and with the place it currently is, it does serve the community very well, and I would be sad to see it be elsewhere. And I'm not arguing that the board has made any mistakes in its decision-making, or that in the way that it has gone about it, or that, I'm not trying to point fingers at any of that, I'm just saying I don't know what the future will be for the students if the pool is not in its current location, because that is unknown to me.
Sure.
And I think that is unknown to the board.
Sure.
So,
So the title of this section is approval to formally close discussion on the sale of the district property.
Yep.
And I'm gonna weigh in again and say, in one meeting, we're gonna change 3 out of 5 members of this board. And we seem to want to insist on voting on this. Yet what I just heard was 2 testimonies that you don't have all the information, and it keeps changing, and we're being bamboozled.
Well, I think I have the information.
Yeah, so we have the information now. So a few things on that. One, this board has all of the information. We've been sitting in these meetings talking about the pool for a year. So that's why we felt that it was important to vote on it, because we have the context, right? And I think the reality is if we don't vote on it today, then they can't get their grant either way, because they have to execute on the grant by the end of the year. Which, even if we voted yes, I don't know that we could do that. We couldn't actually approve a sale within 30 days. I'm not RCW, like we could not legally do that.
I never said anything about voting yes. All I said was we're trying to jump the shark and
Because
decide for a board that's coming in. And we indeed don't have all the information. It has changed 1 meeting from the next since May.
True.
And it might change again.
Which I think is partly why I think I felt compelled to be like, okay, things kept changing. And to your point, it wouldn't have even come up had we not been in binding conditions. And so the idea of, and it was stated in one of the public comments today, the board needs to make a decision. So then the pool can act, right? And so that's what I think we're trying to do, so as a courtesy in some senses. But, because I think either way, we're not gonna be able to act within the timeline that the pool needs by the end of the year, whether we approve this tonight or not.
I would agree with that.
So
why vote on it?
Because then it gives us some finality, and they asked us to.
Yes.
Yeah. Any additional comments on this discussion before we vote?
Yeah, I had to go back and look at some of our policies around, sale of real property. I mean, selling is a forever thing. And that particular property is sitting right in the middle of our biggest campus. And, I have no doubt that, the school district would do what they say they're going to do. But, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, that property would be out of the control of the school district. And I don't think that's not a legacy that I want to leave to the future school boards, because one of the policy says, we would have to pass determined resolution before selling it, and the property is not necessary for school purposes. There's lots of purposes that we could put to that property. I think having a pool there is an excellent use, and having a lease on that would be great. But I just, selling the property and then for the school district to completely lose control of that property forever, I think it would be one thing if it was in an isolated piece of property somewhere else, but right in the middle of the campus would not. I just don't think that's a good thing to do.
And to our point,
from a fiduciary perspective.
To our point last meeting, no matter what we do today, the next board could change it. So I rest it at that. If we don't have the sense to let it be researched further by the next board, it can be anyway.
Thank you.
All right, so all in favor of approving to close the discussion on selling of district property. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
To close.
To close the discussion on the sale of district
Yes.
property.
Aye.
Approval to close the discussion.
Carly, was there a second to your motion?
There was earlier, because we had a first, a motion and then a second, and then some discussion.
I'm waiting for you to ask for the opposite vote.
Okay, sorry, any nays?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so we have four, and one opposed, so the motion passes. Okay, next is approval of the resolution number 969, artificial intelligence. Can I make a motion with an amendment, or do I have to do the motion the second and then make the amendment? Deb's not here to keep me on track.
Okay, motion with the amendment.
Okay, so if I could get a motion to approve resolution number 969 with 2 amendments. The first one would be to, both within the last section of the be it resolved. Number 2 that says instead of pause all new, it will say review all current, and pause expanded implementation. And then to number 4, I can put both of these in writing. Number 4, add the word consultant. So it would say allocate funds in the fiscal 26-27 budget to hire, contract, or consult with a dedicated person whose primary responsibility will be to research. So that adds the consultant aspect.
How about or consult an expert, person or organization?
Well, so consult could be person or organization. You want me to specify?
There's different.
Oh,
kinds of
okay, I see. So
entities that you consult.
yes, I understand that. So let me read it again. So allocate funds in the fiscal 26-27 budget to hire, contract, or consult with a dedicated person or organization.
Yes.
Whose primary, okay. Okay, so if I can get a motion with those 2 amendments.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any additional discussion or questions?
Yeah, I guess I'd just say, I think this really should be, and it can be taken up by the next board, so.
And it will be. Yeah, it has to be amended.
All right, all in favor of approval? Aye. All right, next are opposed. Oh, any opposed?
No.
Okay, so 4, and 1 opposed, the motion passes. This is the most contentious voting we've ever had. Look at this. All right, it's good though. It's good. All right, so next our final opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone joining online that would offer public comment, you can do so by raising your hand or typing your name into the chat, which will be available momentarily. Give me just a minute to do that.
I have a question while we're waiting. When we did the consent agenda, it said that myself and Proctor reviewed.
Yeah.
I never reviewed any, so that's not accurate.
Review what?
So when it has your name listed there, it is your responsibility to review. So.
Well, it's good to know it didn't happen, so it's not factual. Also, I'm concerned we're
I
recording.
wish you would have said that when we approved the
It
consent.
just
agenda.
occurred to me after we were in the business, so I brought it up at the end.
Okay.
I think that's something that needs to be remediated because it's just not true.
Okay, so we can't remediate, we can't change what's in the agenda. And we already approved that what was there happened. I'm not really sure how we can change that.
You can
Yeah,
change,
so we could email.
you can change it on the keeping the record at the desk.
Just that says,
In the minutes.
consent agenda was not reviewed by Director Fuller. So change that, you know.
In the minutes.
Oh, it's the amendment of the minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Did Proctor review it?
No.
Did you review Did you review anything financial
Today?
at all?
Last-
Any manual checks did you do a review this month? Or this last 2 weeks?
No.
Neither did I, okay.
Okay,
I just don't want to give the public the impression that we did.
Unless that was from the last
Totally.
meeting.
So, no, this is for the meeting. So just wanna, maybe it's a good thing to say. So every meeting in the consent agenda, there is approval of warrants. And in parentheses, it tells you who's responsible for looking at them. Everybody should look at them. It's the board business, so everyone should be looking at them every month. But there are two folks who are particularly responsible for reviewing them. It's written, listed on every single agenda, so there's possibly some that maybe you didn't know and didn't review. So if you want to go back and look at board meetings, that way.
There are all of them I didn't review. No one ever trained me. How would I know how?
I remember we've had this discussion before, and you actually brought this up before, and that's how I knew that I had to click on it and look at it to review it.
Thank you.
All right, any public comments?
So we need to amend them. Nobody online.
All right,
So, just to be clear, did we at least strike my name from that record? Because it didn't happen.
Yes, the minutes.
Yeah, transparency and accountability.
Thanks.
awesome. All right, if I get a motion to adjourn our meeting,
So most.
all in favor?
Aye.
Make sure you sign my resolution.